Chapter 12:13. It shattered without any warning. Who would have thought that the roof of the ancient Phoenix clan's main hall would collapse? It was a rare occurrence. There was only one possibility. Swoosh! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His sharp vigilance and reaction speed played a huge role at this critical moment. Although he couldn't sense any aura, Lin Feng made the most primitive reaction almost instantly. Dodge. In the face of an unknown situation, he had to dodge. This wasn't cowardice, but in the ancient clan, where one's strength was countless times stronger than his own, he had to protect himself first. He would think about other things later. Swoosh! Lin Feng's speed suddenly exploded. Even without using the mystery of the Blood Phoenix, his speed was still close to that of a sage king. As a heavenly god, Lin Feng's body was the best in the ancient clan. Among the sages, even the sorcerer tribe, who mainly cultivated the path of war god, might not be comparable to him. Enemy, I can't sense him. He's far stronger than me. As he retreated quickly, Lin Feng's aura had already spread throughout the main hall. One had to be vigilant. No matter how bad the situation was, one couldn't give up. His hair stood on end. Lin Feng's heart was completely tense. Even so close, he couldn't sense the other party's aura. One could imagine how terrifying the other party's strength was. A layer of illusory light swooped down at an astonishing speed. Who was it? This was no longer important. The important thing was that the other party was an enemy and not a friend. The main door. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. His mind was completely focused on one point. He knew very well that if they fought in the main hall, he had no chance of winning. However, outside the main hall, the other party was very likely to be cautious. After all, this was the ancient Phoenix clan, his grandfather's territory. No matter how strong the other party was, he would still be so sneaky. Perhaps, oh no. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. His grandfather, Feng Chao, didn't appear today. When these two coincidences were connected, it was very likely that it wasn't a coincidence. It was intentional. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think about this because the attack had arrived. Boom! A fiery red phoenix spread its wings and soared. Like a vulture, it swooped down from the sky. The fierce flames carried an astonishing, baleful aura. The phoenix's eyes shone brightly. It had completely come to life. The strength of astral source energy was not something he could withstand. It far exceeded his own strength. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast. The flames in the sky devoured everything. Almost. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A black light suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a diamond-shaped mirror that was shining brightly. Yin-Yang Mirror. It was an earth-ranked black-grade treasure that combined both defense and control. Yang Mirror. Lin Feng shouted. Astral source energy bloomed, gathering within the white light. The yin-yang mirror instantly blossomed with boundless light. The rhombus-shaped colors were like countless pieces of glass overlapping each other. The light gathered, constantly refracted, and refracted again and again. In an instant, an intense light array was formed in front of him. Blocked vision? No, it was more like a concealment of aura. The light source's line of sight, along with its aura, was refracted. With the star source energy as the axis, the yang mirror of the yin-yang mirror released its power for the first time. At this moment, it had a great effect on the changes in the battle. It was like a natural formation, an independent defense mechanism. Everything was quickly built with the yang mirror and the star source energy as the axis. Why? Lin Feng only felt a hazy white light in front of him. It was as if the yin-yang mirror had separated the front into two worlds. Even his aura and vision were blocked. But this was not important. What was important was that he had found a way out, that fleeting opportunity. Whoosh! Lin Feng rushed out of the door and quickly escaped. The darkness of the hall instantly turned into light. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly retreated. He had finally come out. Let's go. Lin Feng pursed his lips. His heart was calm. The flames bloomed fiercely, and his aura completely erupted. He called to his clansmen, but in an instant, bang, his heart resonated. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. So fast. Lin Feng's eyes moved. He did not expect that the restrictions of a yang mirror would be broken in such a short time. Although he hadn't released much of his astral origin energy, he was well aware of the power of the yang mirror and the mysteries of the array formation. But he was still unable to stop it. This is going to be troublesome, Lin Feng thought to himself. The strength of the newcomer was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Coupled with the inexplicable disappearance of his grandfather, Feng Chao, this matter was very unusual. A bone-piercing chill ran down his spine. Even the heat of the flames could not give him any warmth. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He sensed a terrifying force rushing out of the hall. The newcomer no longer concealed his aura. It did not matter anymore. It was very familiar. Lin Feng's eyes burned. He seemed to have seen that aura before. It's him. Lin Feng instantly reacted. Feng Min's appearance appeared in his mind, and his heart trembled. At this moment, if he still did not understand, he would be a fool. The other party seemed to be hesitating and acting with a plan. So strong. Deeply shocked, Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. Although he had used the Yang Mirror token to escape the hall, he had been caught up in an instant. The newcomer's killing intent was released without any concealment. He would not stop until he achieved his goal. Boom! A red palm came crashing down from the sky. The powerful aura completely compressed the surrounding space. The path ahead was very wide, but he could not see anything. It was too terrifying. He had far underestimated the strength of a sage ruler. Even if there was a distance, even if Feng Min was still not too close to him, there seemed to be no other choice but to take this palm head-on. Dodge? Was there any gap in the range it covered? Even if he was hit a little, the power in the palm would pour out like a torrent. There was no way to dodge. After receiving this palm, even if I don't die, I will be seriously injured. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. However, he felt this terrifying aura descend, as if it would shatter his body in an instant. The feeling of death was close at hand. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Lin Feng's expression was stern. He suddenly turned his head and stood still, but he had no other choice. If he did not take this palm head-on, he was afraid that he would not be just seriously injured. He would be killed in minutes. The red light covered everything. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness. This unwillingness was accompanied by a strong desire for strength. However, his skills were still inferior to Feng Min's. He seemed to have seen the killing intent in Feng Min's eyes. Suddenly, clang! A loud sound came from the depths of the sky. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. His body paused slightly. However, he felt a force that was not inferior to Feng Min's behind him at an extremely shocking speed. It was equally strong and had the same sage ruler aura. The difference was that this aura did not have any hostility. Instead, it made him feel very warm. It was the same flame, but it gave him a different feeling. In the end, it was because of his heart. Who was it that came to save him? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He felt the descending aura, which gave him a very familiar feeling. Somehow, he seemed to have felt this aura before. Moreover, it was not the first time. The feeling of calmness in his heart was like a part of his body. It was inexplicably familiar. Boom! Boom! Two flames with two phoenix phantoms instantly exploded in the middle. Bang! The strong airflow caused Lin Feng to retreat. So strong. Lin Feng felt a tightness in his chest. He was not injured. However, just the aftershock had such power. He could completely imagine what kind of price he would have to pay if he had been hit directly. His expression turned serious. At this moment, a flame flashed past in front of him. Lin Feng's eyes lit up completely. It looked like a fire phoenix. Its entire body was wrapped in flames. He could only see a back view. It was the back view of a woman. Her figure was soft and green. She was dressed in red scale armor. It was so familiar. In an instant, it's her. Lin Feng was stunned. In his mind, the scene of that day suddenly appeared. He was completely dumbfounded. Although he could not see the true face of the figure in front of him, it completely overlapped with the figure of the Phoenix Beauty in his memory. He vaguely remembered the first time he entered the Phoenix realm to cultivate. He saw that Phoenix beauty. Last time, he used the fire-setting pearl and accidentally swallowed the flames, which seemed to have harmed her. And this time it was the third time. It was her. It was definitely her. Lin Feng's eyes lit up completely. His memories came back completely. The scene of that day constantly flashed in his mind. From the moment the Phoenix girl kissed him, the scorching aura completely melted him. It was as if their hearts were in harmony. It was as if water and milk blended together. In the dark, it was as if some kind of power was pulling him. The memory was deeply engraved in his bones. This is not a dream. It's real. It's not a dream. That day, she and I really had that kind of relationship. What the hell is going on? Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. The return of his memories caused him to sink deep into the abyss instead. He completely did not understand why he had that kind of relationship with the Phoenix girl that day. It was as if something was pulling him. It was as if his soul was attracted and bound, making him feel as if he was in a hot spring. That kind of feeling was as if he had returned to the most primitive moment. His heart was at peace. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions of power shook heaven and earth. Lin Feng, who had fallen into a fog, was completely jolted awake. He saw Feng Min standing upright in midair. His eyes were filled with dense, killing intent, and they sparkled with a cold light. His aura had already completely suppressed the Phoenix woman. The fiery red figure's aura was weak. At this moment, she had already been repelled. It was not that her strength was inferior, but it was as if her strength had completely disappeared. It was quite strange. Today, no one can protect you. Also want to let Feng Chao have a taste of what it feels like to have a loved one die. A hysterical roar suddenly sounded. A terrifying power gathered at an astonishing speed. Feng Min had already gone completely crazy. His red figure completely covered the sky. The powerful strength of a sage king was accompanied by a ferocious face. His twisted expression was like a furious thunder descending from the sky. He had already thrown caution to the wind. Die, Lin Feng! Like a demon's shout, Feng Min's attack arrived in an instant. It was far from what a sage could withstand. Lin Feng had no way out. Chapter 12:14. This time, the power of the attack was even stronger than the previous one. The space was completely locked down. That was an absolute difference in power that could not be resisted at all. The power of the mystery was like a chain that tightly bound him. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he could no longer use the yin-yang mirror to dodge. He clenched his fists, and his eyes changed rapidly. Facing the pressure of life and death, the bloody glow on his body completely condensed. Blood Phoenix mystery. Lin Feng was also going all out. However, even though he had used the Blood Phoenix mystery to increase his strength, the gap between him and Feng Min was still huge. They were not on the same level at all. In terms of strength, even if Feng Min was not as strong as Qi, he was more than enough to deal with Lin Feng. Moreover, this ambush was completely shameless. Feng Min had already gone all out to ambush a saint-level cultivator with the strength of a saint ruler. Was reputation still important to him? Facing such a scheming expert, it was not wrong to lose. But death was still an unknown, because in a battle, one would never know what would happen until the last moment. Just like Feng Min, even though there was a huge difference in strength, he still let Lin Feng escape from the main hall. After that, he was forcefully blocked by Huang Yin for a long time and missed the best opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Although there were no more obstacles now, many times a missed opportunity was still a missed opportunity. Everything was predestined. She was here. A figure of light appeared out of nowhere. There was no warning at all. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. Lin Feng looked ahead in a daze. It was a wisp of light yellow tulle that was draped lightly over her shoulder. The soft back view and the clothes on her body showed that she was a woman. She floated in the air, and her beautiful feet did not touch the ground. She was like a fairy in the human world. Who was she? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng was stunned. That was the sound of his heartbeat. It was as if only that light yellow back view and his heartbeat were left in the entire world. Looking at this yellow-veiled woman whose appearance could not be seen, he felt a deep warmth in his heart. It was as if a bird had returned to its mother's embrace, as if dust had returned to the ground, returning to its most primitive state. If the feeling he had with the Phoenix woman was one of heart and soul, then the feeling he had with this fairy-like yellow-veiled woman was as if he had been wrapped up by a baby. It was very comfortable and peaceful. It was as if they were originally the same kind of existence. But no. Lin Feng reacted instantly and widened his eyes. In front of him, Feng Min's attack was like a vulture swooping down from the sky. Cold light sparkled like a bayonet that saw blood. A terrifying pressure, coupled with the momentum of his momentum and the dazzling brilliance of his star source energy, he displayed all of his mysteries. Even his grandfather, Feng Chao, might not be able to block such an attack. Not to mention this weak, yellow-veiled woman in front of him. There was no time to shout. The situation of the battle changed in an instant. She stretched out her hand, and a vortex appeared in her palm. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Lin Feng was astounded as he looked at the vortex in front of him. He saw the patterns of the vortex expanding and spinning continuously. Flows of the star original force were strange and mysterious. They carried the strong energy and spun at a strange speed. Very soon, it spun extremely quickly. Looking at the strange patterns, Lin Feng felt a sense of suffocation. The rich power of fire erupted in an instant. 100 Phoenix, 1/10, the yellow-veiled woman said. Her voice was not loud, but it was like a bell ringing in the depths of his soul. It was a kind of power, a kind of absolute confidence. In an instant, whoosh, red light bloomed, and the power of fire exploded. From the whirlpool, a fiery light with a loud cry instantly rushed out. It was a phoenix wrapped in boiling flames. Facing Feng Min's vulture-like attack, it charged straight up. Although the power of the flames was small, it was even more condensed. It was like an arrow that pierced through Feng Min's flames. Bang! A violent explosion sounded as if the world was collapsing. Feng Min's expression changed drastically. The attack that gathered his rapid strength was so easily broken. And this was only the beginning. Swish! 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 After the first flaming phoenix rushed out, flaming phoenixes rushed out at an extremely fast speed from the spiral patterns. They spread their wings and soared. Their bodies grew from small to large, and their flames grew from dim to bright. They spread their wings and flew high, unleashing all their power. The yellow-veiled woman's expression looked so calm, but her moves were earth-shattering. 2, 3, 4. There were a total of 9 phoenixes. Including the first one, there were 10 phoenixes. In an orderly formation, they charged towards Feng Min in a suicidal manner. The latter's face was already filled with shock. He used all his trump cards and was already injured after blocking the attacks of 4 phoenixes. When it came to the 6th phoenix, he was already in an extremely sorry state. His entire body seemed to be covered in blood. However, there were still the 7th, 8th, and 9th phoenixes. The heart-wrenching roar made Feng Min hysterical. However, this kind of venting was only unwillingness. Facing the yellow-veiled woman who was standing quietly, Feng Min was like a clown that was completely toyed with. So powerful, really powerful. Lin Feng was completely stunned. This kind of strength shocked him to the core. It was indescribable. Before this, he had never thought that just flames alone could create such power. He could not think of any defense that could block those 10 phoenixes. Even though Feng Min was known as the second strongest person in the ancient Feng clan, he was trampled on like an ant. There was always a taller mountain. However, who is she? A huge question mark appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Why do I feel so familiar? Why did she come to save me? And why do I not feel uneasy at all when she is so powerful? I only feel at ease and warmth. Could she be the legendary ancient goddess Wu Feng? Lin Feng looked at the yellow-veiled woman, his heart filled with complicated emotions. There were too many questions, This was also the portrayal of Feng Min's heart at this moment. Who are you? Feng Min gritted his teeth as blood covered his entire body. At this moment, he no longer had any defenses on his body. He had used all his strength to take 1/10 of the yellow-veiled woman's 100 phoenixes head on. It could be said that it was already a miracle that he could preserve his life. However, there was only one miracle. However, one strength would not change. The yellow-veiled woman's strength was far from what Feng Min could withstand. TSK. A flame appeared once again. The yellow-veiled woman slowly raised her head. A clear light flashed through her eyes as she looked at Feng Min. Remember this. Go down and tell the king of hell that the person who killed you is called Jia Yizhu. She softly spat out these 3 words. Hearing that familiar name, Feng Min's expression was incomparably shocked. It was only at the moment before his death that he discovered that the little lass of the past had now become a major character. She was a terrifying expert that could easily kill him. That flame instantly engulfed Feng Min. At this moment, Feng Min was not the only one that was engulfed. There was also Lin Feng. Those 3 words reverberated in his ears as his body trembled violently. He looked at the yellow-veiled woman who was as thin as a cicada's wings and looked at the beautiful yet strong back view with a dazed expression. His heart was filled with indescribable emotions. All this time, he had been waiting for those 3 words to appear. Furthermore, that was one of his goals in entering the ancient southern region, and now it was right before his eyes. Bang! Feng Min was reduced to ashes. Strength was relative. Perhaps Feng Min was very powerful, but before Jia Yizhu, he was nothing. She was too terrifying. It was over. It ended so simply. Lin Feng looked at that back view. There were too many things that he wanted to say in his heart. However, he was unable to say anything. Jia Yizhu also turned her head around hesitantly. Her speed was very, very slow. It was as if there were too many entanglements in her heart at this moment. That beautiful face seemed to be otherworldly. The yellow-veiled woman gave off a magnificent feeling. However, her eyes were already completely moist. She pursed her lips and looked at Lin Feng. There were too many emotions in her eyes. She allowed 2 streams of tears to flow down her face. Their eyes met. Jia Yizhu's expression was filled with longing and complicated emotions. At this moment, there was not the slightest sound. Thousands of words were condensed into a few simple words. Mother, Lin Feng spoke softly. That one word instantly revealed all the emotions and feelings in his heart. Child. A tearful smile bloomed on Jia Yizhu's face. Her beautiful face did not have the slightest trace of time. She was like a high and mighty fairy. She revealed a mortal smile. Her loving tears composed the most beautiful melody in the world. They hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's body temperature. They felt the purest feelings between mother and son. That was true kinship. They were connected by flesh and blood. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, the battle continued. Feng Chao's eyes were bloodshot. He fought while bathed in blood. Zhua and Human had no choice but to retreat. Although the 2 of them wanted to control Feng Chao, they did not dare to kill him. Once Feng Chao was killed, it would cause a series of chain reactions. It was definitely not a good thing for the sanctuary. After all, Feng Chao was the patriarch of the ancient Feng clan. He was not an ordinary person. However, they did not kill him, but he attacked without regard for his own life. For a time, Zhua and Human were also heavily injured. It was definitely not easy to control a ferocious tiger that did not fear death. Damn it, Zhua's eyes were about to split open. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so important to Feng Chao. After avoiding Feng Chao's desperate attacks, he exchanged a look with Human and nodded to make a decision. If they did not let go, it would not be Feng Chao who would die, but them. There was no need to take such a big risk. There's no need to be so angry, Patriarch Feng. Human smiled and said, "We didn't know you really had something urgent." That's right, Patriarch Feng. The corner of Zhua's mouth curved coldly, and his eyes sparkled coldly. Since you have something to do, we won't disturb you. Let's talk next time. With that, The two of them immediately left, facing the crazed Feng Chao. Zhua and Hu Man tactfully avoided him. At this moment, Feng Chao was not in the mood to take revenge on the two of them. To him, there was only one thing at this moment, save Lin Feng. Let me tell you, if anything happens to my grandson, even if I, Feng Chao, become a ghost, I will drag you down. Feng Chao's bloody voice still echoed, and his figure had already disappeared. Zhua and Hu Man were left behind. They looked at each other, their eyes flashing with faint worry, and their hearts could not calm down. They had underestimated Lin Feng's position in Feng Chao's heart. Did they do something wrong? Chapter 12:15. A reunion after a long separation. In fact, for Lin Feng, this was the first time he had seen his biological mother. It was the first time since he could remember. For Jia Yaju, this was also a historical moment. Ever since they were separated from each other, they had been forcibly separated. After being rescued by her father, she did not see anyone and went into seclusion. She had shed all her tears alone. Under the motivation of endless longing, she had almost squeezed out all her potential for cultivation. Wasn't it all for today? Her dried tears flowed out again after more than 20 years. It was as if she wanted to release all the depression and longing in her heart for more than 20 years. No one knew how much pain she had suffered in the past 20 years. She had endured it all silently. She had chosen her own path. Even if it was a wrong path, she would continue to walk it. She would never regret it. And today it proved one thing. Her efforts were not in vain. Even if it was a wrong path, it might not be impossible to walk to the right path if she persevered. Perhaps it would take a lot of time and effort. If she had given up on herself and washed her face with tears after being separated that day, what could she have gotten in exchange? If the gears of time had not changed, what could she have done in such a situation today? Just like more than 20 years ago, she could only watch as her husband was seriously injured and watch as her family was torn apart. Now, she could only watch as her son was killed. And this time, it was truly and irreparably broken. However, it was precisely because of her efforts in the past 20 years that she could now have enough strength to protect the people she wanted to protect. She could change fate. She would not make the same mistake twice. After a long time, they finally separated. Lin Feng smiled. This time, he truly felt the miracle of life. This feeling was very happy and very real. His heart was so warm. There was no need for proof. His body had already reacted in the most direct way. Jiayu, his mother, was now standing before him alive and would never disappear again. In his heart, there were many things he wanted to tell his mother. However, now was not the time. Right? That Phoenix woman? Lin Feng suddenly reacted. He hastily looked around, but it was a spacious area. The Phoenix woman's figure was nowhere to be seen. Thinking about how she had risked everything to save him, which had worsened her injuries, and now her whereabouts were unknown, he felt an indescribable pain and uneasiness in his heart. Not only had she saved him, but she also had a special relationship with him. Where did he go? Looking for her? Jia Yaju asked with a smile. Her clear eyes seemed to understand everything. Yeah, I'm a little worried about her. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't want to give up on sensing his surroundings, but there was still no response. The Phoenix girl suddenly disappeared like a speck of dust. She came in a hurry and left in a hurry. It was almost exactly the same as the last time. Don't worry, she's fine. Jia Yaju's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared into the distance. Lin Feng was slightly startled. Mother, you know her? Jia Yaju shook her head, her eyes shining. Her life aura is very similar to ancient god Wu Feng's, so she should be able to protect herself. Ancient god Wu Feng. Lin Feng's heart stirred slightly as he took in a light breath. The similarity of their life auras meant that they were directly related by blood. It seemed that this Phoenix woman had quite a powerful background. From the looks of it, nothing should have happened to her. It was just that she didn't seem to want to see him. Forget it. A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet. Lin Feng nodded slightly. He didn't care too much about this. As long as he knew that she was fine, he could relax. In truth, he didn't have the time to care about this. Although Feng Min was dead, the matter wasn't over yet. Mother and grandfather might be in danger now, Lin Feng said with a serious expression, his eyes burning with passion. Jia Yaju nodded lightly. She didn't seem as anxious as before and looked very calm. She looked into the distance, her eyes flashing. He's here. Him? Lin Feng quickly understood who he was. In the distance, a dense aura whistled over. Although it was somewhat violent, it was still rather robust. It was his grandfather, Feng Chao. His heart finally relaxed. Lin Feng revealed a smile. Everything else aside, as long as all his family members were safe and sound, that was enough. Grandfather? Lin Feng looked at the bloody man in front of him and his heart tightened. Jia Yaju's expression also changed slightly, but she quickly calmed down. She didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Feng Chao's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Feng. His originally ice-cold expression instantly melted as he said happily, "That's great. It's great that you're fine." His large hand, that was like a cattail leaf, grabbed Lin Feng's shoulder very forcefully. Feng Chao's face was full of smiles. This most direct display of emotions and the change in his expression was enough to move everyone, including Lin Feng and Jia Yaju. Their hearts were touched. "I'm fine, grandfather. Mother saved me." Lin Feng smiled and pointed in Jia Yaju's direction. From his mother's expression and his intuition, he could tell that she still hadn't forgiven his grandfather. She was still brooding over what had happened that day. "Yaju?" Feng Chao turned his head and looked at his daughter with mixed feelings. He pursed his lips gently. Thank you. Thank you." Jia Yaju was slightly startled and blushed. "He's my son. No, I'm thanking you for saving me." Feng Chao smiled kindly and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "If Feng suffers a calamity because of me, I'm afraid I won't be able to wash away the sins on my body for the rest of my life." Jia Yaju's expression changed slightly, but she didn't say anything. Lin Feng looked at the two of them and softly exhorted in his heart. He also knew that his mother didn't really hate his grandfather that much. Who didn't make mistakes? Besides, what happened back then had nothing to do with his grandfather. Speaking of which, it was his grandfather who appeared in the end to save his family. Although they were forced to split things up, at least there was a glimmer of hope. However, the huge stone that had accumulated in his mother's heart couldn't be put down just like that. Some things needed time to be diluted. However, for some things, he only needed to stretch out his hand and tear apart that layer of gauze that was as thin as paper, and that was enough. "Grandpa, what's going on?" Lin Feng immediately asked and looked at Feng Chao. "Why did Feng Min suddenly attack me? Also, how did you get injured?" As soon as he finished speaking, although Jiaizhu didn't look at Feng Chao, her ears pricked up. "It's the temple." Feng Chao's eyes turned cold. When he thought of the scene just now, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his veins popping out. Zhuo and Human colluded and lured Master away. Then, they trapped me and created an opportunity for Feng Min. Their goal is to get rid of you as soon as possible. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Indeed, he was right. This matter started because of him. Feng Min's target was him. The temple had no enmity or fate with his grandfather, but it was also for him. Even though he was now a member of the ancient Feng clan and had already held the ancestral acknowledgement ceremony, the temple could not openly deal with him. But behind his back, they still kept setting up traps and plotting against him. No wonder the ancient clans have always been inferior to the Magi. Their arrogant pride is probably their greatest constraint. The sharper the sword, the easier it is to break. Lin Feng nodded slightly. This matter was not easy to handle. Although Feng Min was dead, if the temple wanted to kill him, there would probably be trouble in the future. Suddenly, what's going on? There was a hint of anger in her calm voice. Lin Feng and Feng Chao turned their heads and saw a pair of cold almond-shaped eyes. Jiaizhu stared at Feng Chao and said word by word, "Who wants to kill my son?" The phoenix mark on her forehead emitted a bright light, and waves of flames shot out from Jia Yaju's body. That powerful aura seemed to be able to overturn the sky, causing Feng Chao's expression to change. He covered his mouth in disbelief. Yaju, you speak. There was no hesitation in Jia Yaju's eyes. Feng Chao seemed to understand and nodded slowly. It's a long story. Southern Ancient Region, Temple. What? Lin Feng isn't dead. So his eyes widened in shock. Is the news accurate? Hu Man's expression was dark, and he could no longer smile. It's absolutely true, divine envoys. Zhu Zhuan cupped his hands and said seriously, not only is Lin Feng not dead, but he's also not injured at all. Moreover, this subordinate also found out a piece of news. Speak. Zhua gritted his teeth and shouted. Zhu Zhuan raised his head with a hint of fear in his eyes. Feng Min is dead. Zhua and Hu Man's expressions changed drastically as they looked at each other. Zhua's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. What's going on? Tell me everything you know. This. Cold sweat flowed down Zhu Zhuan's forehead. This subordinate only knows this. Clenching his fists tightly, his teeth chattered. Zhu Yanran was furious. His handsome face became incomparably ferocious as he roared at Zhu Zhuan. If you don't know, why don't you investigate? Get out of here, trash. His killing intent could not be stopped as Zhu Yanran's emotions exploded. He had spent a lot of effort and even completely offended the ancient Feng clan. He had paid such a huge price, but what was the result? Nothing. Damn it. Zhu slammed the table angrily, instantly smashing the golden table into pieces. Feng Min, that coward, is really useless. He can't even mess up a small matter. The veins on Zhu's forehead bulged as he was exasperated. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Hu Man frowned, feeling extremely worried. Zhu's eyes sparkled coldly. He also knew that it was not that simple. There were only a handful of experts in the entire ancient southern region who could kill Feng Min. Who is it? Hu Man's eyes were filled with suspicion as he tried his best to think. Who knows? Zhu's expression was ugly, but he had failed again and again. That kind of mood was really irritating. He was clearly just a little bug, but he had been played with time and time again. He felt extremely unhappy. Suddenly, Zhu's cold expression and words inexplicably appeared in his mind. Don't underestimate this kid too much. He might go for wool and come home shorn. Inexplicably, Zhu felt depressed, as if something was blocked in his heart. The surrounding space seemed to have changed, and his body felt like it was being restrained. He could not help but look at Hu Man. The latter also sensed that something was wrong and had a puzzled expression. What's going on? I don't know. It's strange. Suddenly, boom. There was a violent tremor, and the door of the temple was blasted into pieces. Zhua and Hu Man widened their eyes and turned their heads in shock. Their expressions were completely dazed. Smoke and dust filled the air, and flames shone brightly. Amidst the raging flames, a beautiful woman wearing a yellow chiffon dress walked over. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 12:16. Ancient Feng Clan. Master, did Mother go to the temple? Lin Feng asked hesitantly. Feng Chao smiled. With elegant bamboo's character, she must be in the temple now. His eyelids twitched. Lin Feng was shocked. Revenge. Feng Chao's eyes were bright. Elegant Bamboo has never let go of that matter more than 20 years ago. She has always been brooding. She didn't take revenge previously because she wasn't strong enough. But now, she is no longer the little girl from 20 years ago. She has already surpassed her master. Mother, Lin Feng asked curiously. To be able to kill an expert like Feng Min in an instant, it was enough to show how strong she was. She has already stepped into the highest level of the Do Ling world. Feng Chao's eyes were shining. Even if she has just stepped into it, her strength is limitless. Lin Feng's heart beat faster. Peak of the Holy King realm. Seeing Feng Chao nod with a smile, Lin Feng suddenly felt his heart beating fast. An indescribable feeling spread throughout his body. Mother had already stepped into the highest level of the Holy King realm. Peak of the Holy King realm. No wonder she killed the mid-level Holy King Feng Min as if she was stepping on an ant. The difference between each level of the Holy King realm and the Holy King realm was huge. especially at the Holy King realm. The difference between each level was far from what Star Lords and Star Sector level could compare to. Mother should be safe, right? Lin Feng was still worried. Don't worry. Although there are many divine envoys in the temple, most of them are low-level and mid-level. There are 2 divine envoys in charge of the ancient southern region. Human is a low-level divine envoy, and Zhua is a mid-level divine envoy. Even if the 2 of them are combined, their strength is only slightly stronger than Feng Min, Feng Chao explained. Lin Feng immediately understood and was relieved. She smiled, but she was worried for nothing. She was worried for nothing. Grandfather had once mentioned to him that only the 7 ancient gods and the temple master who might exist was at the peak of the Holy King realm. The rest, including the 1st and 2nd divine envoys and the Red Brow's ancestor, were only at the high-level Holy King realm. Mother's strength was more than enough to deal with them. I'm afraid Zhua and the others are going to suffer. With Elegant Bamboo's personality, she's held her anger in for more than 20 years. I'm afraid that she might even tear down the ancient southern region's shrine. Feng Chao smiled as he looked at Lin Feng, adding that they want to deal with you right now. Elegant Bamboo will definitely kill one to warn the others. Lin Feng smiled and said, perhaps Mother is angry because Grandfather was injured. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he could feel his mother's personality. She was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Seeing that her grandfather had been fooled like this and was seriously injured, hatred rose in her heart. No matter how unwilling she was to admit it, she actually did not hate her grandfather that much. No one was heartless, not to mention family members who were related by blood. Tear it down. No one knew a daughter better than her father. Feng Chao's guess was right. All the temples in the ancient southern region had been burned to ashes by Jia Yaju alone. There was not a single trace of human habitation in the vast expanse of scorched land. All the law enforcement enforcers had scattered in different directions, and there was not even a trace of them to be found. However, Jia Yaju did not want to kill the innocent. The instigators, Zhua and Human, were dead. The dignified 7th and 12th divine emissaries' corpses were directly exposed in the wilderness. No matter how smart and sinister Zhua was it useful? Facing Jia Yaju, who was far stronger than him, even if he joined forces with Human, they did not even have a chance to escape. They were killed cleanly, and even their corpses were left intact. It was a complete massacre. The entire ancient southern region was in an uproar. Jia Yaju's name spread across the entire ancient race at lightning speed. The strength of a peak sage king made all the ancient race experts revere her. She was known as the 8th ancient god. Xiao Dian, is he really not dead? Jia Yaju's eyes were completely bright, and her body was trembling violently. Yes, although father only has 1 breath left, he is still hanging on after being sealed in ice. He won't die. Lin Feng said softly, don't worry, Mother. As long as we find a certain amount of star origin stones and activate the Netherworld ship, we will be able to see father again very soon. 2 lines of tears fell from Jia Yaju's eyes, but they were tears of joy. She kept nodding and was so happy that she could not speak. To her, her husband and 2 sons were everything. Don't worry, Mother. We will talk about how to save father when the time comes. Lin Feng comforted her. Previously, he thought that he only needed some spiritual items of heaven and earth that could bring the dead back to life, such as star fruits and so on, to revive his father. However, as his strength increased and his knowledge increased, he was no longer as childish as before. His father's injuries had not been for a day or 2, or even a year or 2. It could be said that he was hanging on by a thread before, and now it was one disaster after another. He was like a broken porcelain that could not be any more broken. With one touch, it would shatter into pieces. There was no problem in simply gluing it together. However, it was not as simple as he thought to glue all the pieces together perfectly. It was easy to break the seal, but what if the medicine was not right and could not save his father? What if he saved the wrong medicine? Without Duo, he would not have a second chance if he failed. He did not want to take such a risk. The most suitable medicine was to save his father steadily and surely. Yes. Jia Yaju's tears slowly disappeared, and a smile bloomed on her face. To her, this was sunshine and hope. After hearing the good news, all the depression in her heart had been swept away. Looking at his mother's heartfelt smile, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He said softly, "Mother, can you promise me one thing?" Jia Yaju gave him an amused look. "Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. I really don't know who you take after to be a peacemaker. I take after you." Lin Feng smiled. "So mother agrees?" "Actually, I don't hate him." Jia Yaju's beautiful eyes looked into the distance. She said softly, "At that time, I was young and ignorant. I only knew how to act willfully. Back then, after your father and I were separated, I felt depressed and had nowhere to vent my anger. I vented all my anger on your father. Think about it. Actually, after so many years, I have let him down." Lin Feng said softly, "Grandfather has always blamed himself." "I know." Jia Yaju's eyes flickered. "Me too. Actually, the person I really hate is myself. I hate myself for not having power. I hate myself for being so weak. I hate myself too much." As she said that, she couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Lin Feng, Jia Yaju smiled. "You know, Feng, at the beginning, Mother just wanted to numb herself with cultivation. It was only after breaking through to the saint level that I realized that my aptitude was much better than I thought. It was from then on that I truly had a goal and direction." Looking at Lin Feng, Jia Yaju said happily, "But you are different. You are amazing. You are better than both father and mother." "Mom, I still have a long way to go." Lin Feng smiled. "How far?" Jia Yaju smiled and winked. "Feng, your star source energy is now close to the peak of the saint level. With your constellation sensitivity, if you absorb enough star source energy, breaking through to the Saint King level won't be difficult. As long as your understanding of the mystery reaches a certain level, you can officially break through to the Saint King level." Saint King level. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He heard from his grandfather that it was both simple and complicated to break through from the Saint level to the Saint King level. There are only two conditions. First, to have enough star source energy. Second, to understand the concept of mystery unique to the constellation. Third, there was no third. But to fulfill these two conditions at the same time, it was not an easy task, especially the mystery. The cultivation of the concept of mystery was about enlightenment. It could be achieved in a day or two, but it could also be achieved in 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. "Mother, if I want to greatly increase my strength in a short period of time, can I do it?" Lin Feng looked at Jia Yaju with bright eyes. Jia Yaju's eyes lit up. "Your opponent is a Saint King?" Lin Feng nodded and didn't hide it. His strength should be between the beginning and middle stages of the Saint King level. "Oh." Jia Yaju held her chin and frowned. She thought for a while and looked at Lin Feng. "How much time?" 7 days. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Ancient Wu Feng clan. This place was located in the deepest part of the Phoenix habitat and occupied the largest area of the Phoenix clan. Not only did it have an extremely high status in the Phoenix habitat, it also had a high status in the ancient southern region. Any expert of the ancient Wu clan was treated with respect by the other ancient clans of the ancient southern region. This was because one of the 7 ancient gods of the ancient clans, ancient god Wu Feng, belonged to the ancient Wu Feng clan. "Have you decided?" The man was wearing a loose robe and had short hair. His hands were behind his back, and his seemingly ordinary appearance had a unique temperament. His bright eyes seemed to see through everything in the world. One of the 7 ancient gods, ancient god Wu Feng. "Yes." The voice was very soft, but his expression was very certain. If Lin Feng saw her, he would surely recognize that this young woman with a slightly pale countenance before him was the Phoenix woman that had saved him, Huang Yan, and he'd had a brief encounter with her. However, Huang Yan's aura was extremely weak, as if she had been seriously injured. Ancient god Wu Feng sighed and shook his head helplessly. His expression was as if he had thousands of words in his heart, but he couldn't say a single word. "In truth, Father, a few days ago, I was still very hesitant. But a sweet smile flashed across Huang Yan's beautiful face. After this, your daughter has thought it through. Life is priceless. Huang Yan nodded affirmatively and looked at ancient god Wu Feng with a resolute gaze. Pursing his lips, ancient god Wu Feng bowed his head and opened his right hand to reveal the flame-like ancient phoenix token. He clenched it tightly. I didn't think that the gift back then would cause such a huge change. If I had known, I wouldn't have given him this ancient phoenix token. Huang Yin smiled. What is the will of the heavens? Why must Father be so stubborn? In terms of stubbornness, you're even more stubborn than Father. Ancient god Wu Feng turned his head and looked at Huang Yin, his eyes filled with heartache. This battle will not be easy for you. Your daughter is not afraid. Huang Yin smiled and shook her head, her gentle expression carrying the unique certainty of a woman. Their eyes met. Ancient god Wu Feng sighed and spread his hands helplessly. He didn't say anything, but his expression and actions spoke volumes. Many thanks, Father. Huang Yin smiled. Foolish daughter. Ancient god Wu Feng gently stroked Huang Yan's head, his eyes filled with love. Chapter 1217. 7 days. It was very short, very short. For a martial artist, not to mention a Saint King, even a Star Lord or Star C level martial artist would have 7 days pass in the blink of an eye. How much could his strength increase? Lin Feng also wanted to know this question. Focus. He was completely focused. Lin Feng and Jia Yaju sat cross-legged facing each other. Below them was a circular engraved array that looked like yin and yang. With the resplendent starlight, the engraved array flashed with a dazzling light, gathering an unpredictable amount of star source energy. It was incomparably dense. The density was quite high. So much, Lin Feng exclaimed. Every part of his body, including his cells, skin, and soul, was absorbing star source energy to the limit. The feeling of fullness was indescribable. Every time he absorbed, he felt as if he was completely satiated. However, the Phoenix life will shone, and the hunger of his life spirit instantly made his body feel empty again. He continued to absorb and absorb, just like the fire-calming pearl. He was so hungry that he couldn't be choosy. The speed was extremely terrifying. 3 days. Here, I don't need 3 days to absorb enough star source energy to reach the peak of the saint level. Very good. Lin Feng pursed his lips tightly and focused his mind. Such cultivation conditions were definitely not available anywhere else. Through the yin-yang star convergence array, he shared the star source energy absorbed by his mother. It was equivalent to a transportation process. However, it didn't mean that he could absorb infinitely. The amount of absorption was equal to the maximum amount he could absorb. What he improved was to maximize the absorption of star source energy. But this was already very terrifying. Most importantly, his mother's star source energy was on par with his own. If it were other martial artists sharing the absorption, their bodies would have to go through an additional refining step, which was very cumbersome. But now, it was undoubtedly much easier. It can be done once, but not twice. Mother said that this is a shortcut after all. For martial artists, blindly taking shortcuts is no good. It will only develop the habit of laziness and laziness. Martial artists cultivate hard not only to take the initiative in their own hands, but also to cultivate a determined character and quality over the years. These are of great help to martial artists on the path of cultivation. 3 days. It was indeed exactly 3 days. Time was short, but to Lin Feng, it was a milestone. Hua. The increase in strength brought about great changes to his body. Every inch of his cells, every bit of his senses had changed. Of course, the biggest change was the soul itself. The storage of astral origin energy was like a water tank that was half full. That feeling of fullness, it was very comfortable. The next step after the transformation of the life soul was the complete transformation. However, it was not something that could be completed overnight. From the peak of the Saint realm to the Saint King realm, the road was still very long. Good, Feng. The first task has been successfully completed. Jiayaju smiled and said, next is the second most important item. It is also the method that can greatly increase your strength. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and his heart was moved. The biggest improvement. What is it? Your special eye. Jiayaju's expression turned serious and her eyes flashed. If Mother didn't guess wrong, after forming your self-state, your eyes should be your strongest move, right? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, it has the special ability Vermilion Bird Attack. Truthfully, this was indeed his strongest move. It had officially reached the Saint King realm. Previously, it had even caused a little damage to the third divine envoy by Mother's meaning. He understood. Making up for your weaknesses will be helpful to your cultivation. Increasing your strengths will greatly increase your battle prowess. Your eyes are still at the 8th level, but not far from the 9th level. Jiayaju's eyes lit up and she nodded. 3 more days. 3 more days will be enough for your eyes to break through the bottleneck and enter the 9th level. Good. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. If it was as Mother said, he would have a higher chance of winning against the human demon Holy Lord. But how is he going to cultivate in 3 days? Then what should I do, Mother? Lin Feng looked at his mother curiously. You don't have to do anything. Jiayaju smiled faintly. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. I only need to resist. That's enough. Instantly, swish, Jiayaju's eyes lit up. An astonishing aura and pressure shot straight towards him, accompanied by a cold glint in his eyes. At this moment, it was as if they had turned from mother and son into enemies. The extreme pressure could not be deceived. This was the true power of a Saint King. Lin Feng reacted as if it was a conditioned reflex. His eyes lit up and formed his own state to resist. However, the terrifying power was like a tide. Lin Feng clenched his fists and shouted. He used all his strength. He instantly understood. Break through with battle. Mother, this is indeed a good idea. But this time, Jiayaju miscalculated. Only half of the 3 days had passed, and Lin Feng had already broken through. His eyes had officially entered the 9th level. 1.5 days faster than I planned. Lin Feng smiled. His eyes shone brightly as he sensed the surrounding environment. It was more detailed, more distant, and more profound. This feeling made him feel refreshed. Without a doubt, the power of the Vermilion Bird Attack would increase with the improvement of his special eyes. Fenger, your eyes are very strong. Jiayaju praised and smiled in satisfaction. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. The stronger he resisted, the greater the pressure from his mother. And the greater the pressure, the faster he improved. This was a calculation of the ratio of the increase. It was very simple, but it was the secret of him only using half the time to break through. The stronger he was, the better the effect. 1.5 days was not difficult for him, who was only 1 step away. From the 8th level to the 9th level, he had experienced the change in strength. Although he was still at the peak of the Saint Realm, when he unleashed his true strength, he was definitely at the Saint King level. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was still confident. 2.5 days left. Lin Feng looked at his mother curiously. What would happen next? Don't be greedy. It's about time. Jiayaju smiled. The road has to be taken step by step. It can't be done overnight. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He was already very satisfied with the 4.5 days of cultivation. Although he could not verify his true strength, it was definitely 40 to 50% stronger than before. But there are still 2.5 days left. Are you going to waste it? Jiayaju smiled. You can go and see the clansmen. Many of them have not greeted you, the grandson of the patriarch. Lin Feng smiled. This should be what you should do. The 8th ancient god is famous, but the number of people in the clan who have seen your true face can be counted on one hand. As far as he knew, his mother had been locked up by his grandfather to cultivate diligently since she was young. When she grew up, she found an opportunity to slip away and then walk together with his father. After returning to the clan, she had been cultivating in seclusion for more than 20 years. Even Feng Chao had not seen her much, let alone the other clansmen. It was no wonder that even Feng Min, a leading figure in the clan, could not recognize Jiayaju and even made a joke before his death. In fact, no one would believe that the eighth ancient god was such a peerless genius. Is there a difference between meeting and not meeting? Jiayaju smiled faintly and looked at Lin Feng. When you return to the human world in 2 days, I will also enter the wilderness and do my best to search for the location of the Star Origin Stone. I hope to see your father sooner. Okay. Lin Feng smiled in response. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. By the way, Mother, can you teach me 100 phoenixes? I want to learn it. Mystery 100 phoenixes. He would never forget that scene. The 10 phoenixes that rose up with a howl tore Feng Min into pieces with an unstoppable force. He was in existence at the intermediate stage of the Sage King stage. Most importantly, his mother only used 1/10 of her strength, just like when he used the Vermilion Bird attack that day. Its true power was difficult to estimate. If he could learn such a killing move, his strength would definitely increase greatly. 100 phoenixes? Jiayaju pondered for a moment and suddenly nodded with a smile. All right, if you can learn this mystery, it will be beneficial for you. However, mysteries are different from star techniques. Different mysteries can be thousands or even tens of thousands of times more difficult to comprehend. You have to be prepared. Mystery 100 phoenixes is very difficult. Jiayaju looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes glistened as he asked, "How difficult is it?" Smiling faintly, Jiayaju stretched out a finger. The first level, 100 phoenix 1/10. Feng, if you can comprehend it, you can immediately reach the Saint King level. Her voice was not loud, but it made Lin Feng's heart tremble. Looking at his mother, he felt his heart flutter. Mystery. It was very different from star techniques. After the saint level, martial artists paid attention to comprehension and not refinement. Only with a strong enough perception would one be able to walk on the path of the saint level for a longer period of time. The stars that filled the sky hid an unlimited amount of constellation energy. Profound mysteries were the derivation of constellation energy, the ultimate embodiment of Tao. Comprehending the profound mysteries was like obtaining a drop of water from the vast ocean of Tao of constellation. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, different mysteries had different Tao of the constellation water droplets, some more, some less. This was the difference between the Saint level and the Sage King level. The peak of the Saint level might only have 10 drops of the Tao of the constellation, but the peak of the Sage King level would have hundreds, thousands, or even more drops of the Tao of the constellation. In order to break through the Sage King level and become a true Starry Sky powerhouse, without a doubt, he had to obtain more drops of the Tao of the constellation. How is it? Have you decided? Jiayaju smiled. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes glistening. There's no harm in having more skills. Besides, how can I know if I can comprehend it without trying? Let's hurry up and start, Mother. Okay. Jiayaju smiled. As he continued to cultivate, time passed quickly. To Lin Feng, this was a very sufficient 7 days, although, in the end, he still could not complete the cultivation of the first realm of 100 phoenixes. However, this was an impossible task to begin with. It was too difficult to comprehend the first realm in just 2.5 days. But at least, under his mother's guidance, he could be considered to have truly come into contact with the mysteries of the 100 phoenixes. The future was long. Be careful, Feng Chao reminded. Don't worry, grandfather. Lin Feng smiled and said, I will come back often when I have time. Now that he was at the peak of the saint level, it was already easy for him to use Yumiao. The number of spatial doors had also increased, so it was very convenient for him to place one in the ancient Phoenix clan. Feng Chao smiled and nodded, waving his hand. It was a simple farewell. There was no need to be overly sentimental. Lin Feng also smiled and waved his hand. Before this, he had already bid farewell to his mother. The difference was that his mother had left earlier than him and entered the depths of the desolate land. She did not want to wait for even a minute or a second. With a smile, Lin Feng left the ancient Phoenix clan. Chapter 12:18. I'm back. Returning to the southern region was a completely different feeling. Lin Feng stood in the bustling area and looked around. People shuttled back and forth endlessly. This place was completely different from the quiet ancient region. One was quiet to the extreme, while the other was noisy to the extreme. The lively atmosphere gave him a feeling of peace in his heart. Because this is the environment I grew up in. Lin Feng smiled. Although half of his blood was of the ancient race, the other half was of the human race. Most importantly, he grew up in the human world. Perhaps the ancient region's environment was very suitable for martial artists to cultivate, but he preferred the human world. Most of the time, feelings were deeply ingrained in one's mind due to first impressions. However, did it matter? I can cultivate anywhere. The 3-year period is almost up. Everyone should be out soon, right? I wonder if everyone is safe. Looking into the distance, Lin Feng smiled. Thousand Love Empress, Jin Ji, Shi Xin. They were all his friends. As the 3-year period came to an end, the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition was about to end. The Sparrow King prison would also close. They were not the only ones who would come out. Wing, the 100 poison-colored python, and other contracted spiritual creatures who were cultivating inside had to leave as well. However, everyone had improved enough. As far as he knew, Wing had already broken through to the saint level. Even the weakest refined puppet was now close to the Starseed level. There was a huge gap. 3 more days. Everything will be settled in 3 days, including the war for the throne. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. To him, this was the real reason why he rushed back. He had promised Emperor Shun that he would participate in the imperial throne competition and take control of the southern region in the purest and simplest name. He would take the most crucial step to become the future human emperor. He could not lose. Returning to the clan, the feeling was completely different. Wow! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In just a year, the Lin clan had changed greatly. With the addition of the Qin Chamber of Commerce and the support of County City Lord Wang Mo, his foster father, Lin Jun, was like a tiger that had grown wings. Perhaps his foster father lacked the aptitude to become a martial artist, but he was more than capable as the clan leader. The heavens were fair. Everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. In terms of talent and intelligence, foster father might not be as good as Lam Tok Ti. However, Lam Tok Ti's intelligence was not used on the right path. This was the biggest difference between the two. His foster father's development of the tribe was built on the foundation of his own strengthening. If it was Lam Tok Ti, he would be stepping on the shoulders of other factions to continuously climb up. In the short term, Lam Tok Ti's method of development was faster, but not in the long term. The facts had proven everything. How was it? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Lin Jin grinned. Far beyond my expectations. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. The Lin clan's area had expanded by more than 10 times, and they were already a giant in the Qianluo district. Not only had they risen to the ranks of the strongest forces in Shiluo County, but they were also qualified to compete for supremacy, whether in terms of financial resources or strength. According to Foster Father, most of the other forces in the Qianluo district were preparing to move. In the near future, there would only be one force left in the Qianluo district. That was the Lin clan. Actually, it's all thanks to you. Lin Jun looked into the distance, his eyes deep. The best thing that I, Lin Jun, have done in my life was to support you to the end that day. Looking at his foster father's upright back, his aura greatly different from before, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Thinking back to the decline of the Lin clan and his foster father's helplessness, it was completely different from the vigorous and unstoppable expansion of the clan now. Now, his foster father was truly showing off his skills, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, and fully displaying his ability as a clan leader. Foster father, you seem to have been forced to cooperate with me that day, right? Lin Feng smiled. What are you talking about? Lin Jun raised his eyebrows. Am I your foster father, that kind of person? What a joke. Their eyes met, and the two instantly looked at each other and laughed. Everything was understood without words. All right, Feng I'll bring you to meet 2 people. You'll definitely be very happy. Lin Jun smiled mysteriously. Oh, Lin Feng was rather curious. Big brother? Sister-in-law? Lin Feng looked forward, rather surprised. The one who was mobilizing the clan members in front was his big brother, Lin Zhan. His expression was serious, and instead of wearing armor, he wore a luxurious robe. He looked completely different from before. Beside his big brother, Lin Zhan, was Wu Yin, dressed in white, with a faint smile on her face. She flipped through the roster from time to time and chatted with her big brother. Lin Zhan smiled slightly. At this moment, Lin Zhan and Wu Yin also turned their heads. When they saw Lin Feng, they were pleasantly surprised. "Haha, you're finally back, brother." Lin Zhan laughed heartily. His 3 steps turned into 2, and he came up and gave him a bear hug. Wu Yin stood beside him with a smile, like a good wife and mother. However, when she looked at Lin Feng, there were many complicated emotions in her eyes. "Big brother, when did you and sister-in-law come out?" Lin Feng was rather curious. There were still 3 days until the Vermilion Bird Challenge. "We came out a long time ago," Lin Zhan said valiantly and looked at Wu Yin. "Yes, we've been out for 3 months." Wu Yin smiled and looked at Lin Zhan. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He saw the two of them looking at each other with love and warmth. It was a feeling that couldn't be deceived. This proved that his decision that day was correct. Wu Yin had indeed turned over a new leaf for his big brother. Seeing his big brother's change, it was most likely due to Wu Yin's efforts. "You didn't expect this, did you?" Lin Zhan laughed. "Actually, I didn't expect that Zhan would take the initiative to help me instigate clan matters." TSK. People say that women change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Actually, men change 18 times as well. As he spoke, Lin Zhan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Lin Zhan's face reddened, and he grinned foolishly. Wu Yin covered her mouth and smiled faintly. "Then how did Big Brother perform?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "Not very good." Lin Zhan shrugged, causing Lin Zhan to glare. However, Lin Zhan suddenly changed the topic and said happily, "But he really changed after coming back this time. He's willing to learn and work hard. It's as if he's a different person from before. A man who has a family is really different." Lin Feng smiled. Indeed, he could see it. "Your big brother is so lucky to have Wu Yin helping him." Lin Zhan glanced at Wu Yin and nodded in satisfaction. "One is careless, the other is delicate like water. One is impulsive, the other is calm and collected. It can be said that Wu Yin has made up for all of your big brother's shortcomings." Lin Feng smiled faintly. After all, Wu Yin was an assassin of the White Clothes Association. Whether it was in terms of intelligence or strength, she was the cream of the crop. She was a dragon among men and had retired to the fields to accompany his big brother. With her ability, it was naturally easy for her to deal with these trivial matters of the family. As long as she truly loved his big brother, then he wouldn't have to worry about his big brother in the future. Lin Feng nodded lightly and looked at Wu Yin with a smile. "You've worked hard, sister-in-law." Wu Yin smiled faintly. "I still need a thank you from you, uncle." Lin Feng knew what Wu Yin meant and teased. "Just one." Wu Yin was startled and shook her head with a smile. A lot." The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Everything was understood without words. However, Lin Zhan was confused and didn't understand the situation at all. "What are you talking about?" "Don't worry so much, Dad." Lin Zhan patted Lin Zhan's shoulder. However, his personality hadn't changed and was still carefree. "That's right, foster father. As long as you're happy." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. By coincidence, he had eradicated the White Clothes Association. It could be said that he had completely removed Wu Yin's last bit of worry and restraint. From now on, no one would remember that there was once an assassin named Parrot. The current Wu Yin was just an ordinary little wife. This was good. He didn't stay in the family for too long. He met his foster father, his big brother, and his father-in-law, Qianqian's father, Qinren. Everything was fine. The Qin Chamber of Commerce and the Lin clan complemented each other and developed extremely quickly. With a large sum of money he had invested in his father-in-law's ability to manage the Chamber of Commerce for many years, the Chamber of Commerce quickly established a stable business network and flourished. Ji Xiao also worked hard. With his full support, he had already become a Star C level expert. In time, he would definitely become the pillar of the Qin Chamber of Commerce. In the mansion, although he wasn't there, Guanzhong had diligently helped him take care of the entire mansion. With his Star C level strength, he was living in seclusion as a small butler. In the past, it might have been a waste of talent, but now it suited his status. And to Guanzhong, everything was empty. As long as Guanqing and Guanan could grow up healthily, that was enough. After being cured of their innate illness, Guanqing and Guanan had absorbed the spirit qi of heaven and earth for many years. Their meridians had long been connected, and their cultivation was twice as efficient. The two girls had already grown up healthily. Under Guanzhong's guidance, they had already begun to cultivate at the very beginning level. Everything was developing in an orderly manner. Vermilion Bird Continent, Union of Artificers. I'm finally back. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had entered this familiar, yet unfamiliar place. Although he was the vice president, he had done almost nothing for the Union. Thinking of this, he felt his cheeks burn. Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile, his heart throbbing. Vice President. Vice President. Along the way, all the artificers saluted him respectfully. Although he had been away for a year was actually very short for martial artists. From the looks of these artificers, he could see that their respect for him came from the bottom of their hearts. The Vermilion Bird Continent's Artificer Master Competition still lingered. However, this was not important to him. He slowly passed through the passage, and soon, he entered the center of the Union. You're here. Lady Ningong smiled. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Where's Yumal? Lady Ningong smiled. She's still cultivating. She's very focused and hardworking. Lin Feng's eyes softened. She's been like this since she was young. Her ability is also not bad, Lady Ningong said softly. It's only a matter of time before she surpasses me in artificing. President, you're too kind. Lin Feng smiled. Besides, I can't bear to see you all working so hard. Lady Ningong smiled. Her eyes lit up. Go. Master Wang has been waiting for you for a long time. Hua. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It seemed that the translation was completed. Chapter 12:19. Astral Treasure Qi. The Astral Treasure Qi was engraved in the Starry Sky language. To Lin Feng, it was a huge attraction. In fact, it was a distant dream for any weapon refiner. Earth-grade treasures were recognized as the highest grade that could be refined in the Douling world. It was also the highest level of star techniques in the way of weapon refinement. However, there were still saint-grade treasures above the star techniques. There were also mysteries above star techniques. There were also heaven-grade treasures above the earth-grade treasures. They were real. Legend had it that heaven-grade Khanate treasures could only be controlled by extremely powerful saint-grade powerhouses. Since there were heaven-grade Khanate treasures, why couldn't there be heaven-grade acquired treasures? Any weapon refiner who had reached the peak of the Douling world would think about that question. Humans were always eager for more. I've already prepared all the materials for you. 100 sets. Lady Ningong smiled faintly. That should be enough, right? 100 sets? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. It was no wonder that the Union of Artificers was so generous. Apart from the three main materials for the Astral Treasure Qi, there were also a large number of additional materials, many of which were rare. It wasn't difficult to obtain 1 or 2 sets, but to gather 100 sets in such a short period of time, President seems to be very impatient. Lin Feng looked at Lady Ningong smilingly. Master Wang is even more impatient than I am. Lady Ningong pointed and sighed. He arrived a month ago, but he hasn't shown his face yet. They looked at each other and smiled. There was nothing to hide. Everyone was impatient. After all, it could be considered an epic-making breakthrough in the field of weapon refinement. Okay, Lin Feng nodded. Give me the materials, President. Lady Ningong handed him a storage ring without hesitation. They're all here. Suddenly stunned, her eyes lit up. Lin Feng, you've gathered the 3 main materials so quickly? Others didn't know, but Lady Nangong was well aware of how rare the three main materials were. Besides, they were the main materials. This meant that the portion was more abundant than the additional materials, and the quantity was greater. This trip to the ancient southern region was quite fruitful. Lin Feng smiled as he waved the violet turtle ring, and then he left behind the shocked Lady Nangong before he turned around and walked towards the depths of the hall. Last time, Lady Nangong had taken him to tour the entire union of artificers. He knew very well where Master Wang Shi was now, gathering fire acupoint. Only blacksmiths who were elders of the blacksmith union and above could enter this area. This place possessed the best tool refinement location in the entire Vermilion Bird continent. Regardless of whether it was refining astral weapons or astral treasures, it was twice the result with half the effort. It could be said that not only had the Vermilion Bird continent's refiner competition been moved here, it had also been greatly enhanced without any side effects. Lin Feng, a shout came from behind him. Lin Feng turned around and saw Lady Nangong looking at him. "Don't forget your promise," Lady Nangong said softly. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then left. Promise. Not only had he promised Lady Nangong, he had also promised Master Wang Shi. He had promised to let them witness the entire refining process. Both of them were the best tool refiners in the Douling world. He could understand what they wanted, just like how martial artists constantly pursued the strongest power. Furthermore, he didn't think it was a big deal. There was no need to be selfish in the way of tool refiners. "It's here." Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked forward. The place that looked like a mountain of flames gathered the densest flames in a radius of 1.5 kilometers. There was no array, and no other obstacles were allowed to obstruct the refinement process. This place was the most natural place to gather and form a unique place for refining artifacts. Vice President. Vice President. The two martial artists bowed respectfully. Lin Feng showed the token that represented his identity as Vice President, and the two martial artists opened the door. Lin Feng nodded slightly and stepped in. The security here was very tight. Even if they recognized him as Vice President, they still had to show their token. The fire-gathering cave. There were many famous works of tool refiners piled up inside for future generations to study. Similarly, on the walls of the fire-gathering cave, there were all kinds of insights, including tool refinement techniques, and so on. It could be said that this was the sacred place of the Zhuke Chao Refiners Union. Every tool refiner with a high status would enter here to cultivate, comprehend, and improve their skills. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he entered the passage. It was as if he had entered a new world. Sizzle. The fire-gathering cave was extremely hot, and the temperature was very close to that of the ancient southern region, as expected of this sacred place of the Union. It's just the entrance of the passage, but the fire element is already so dense. The deeper I go, the stronger the earth core fire. However, it's a little different from the ancient southern region. Lin Feng said softly. There was a limit to the fire element here. It couldn't be replenished in a short period of time. This was very different from the ancient southern region. It's a pity that Yuma can't enter here. That little girl is very eager. Lin Feng smiled. Even if Yuma had that kind of relationship with him and was Lady Nangong's disciple, his identity wasn't enough to enter here. However, with Yuma's ability and Lady Nangong's nurturing, it was almost certain that he would enter the top 10 in the next blacksmith competition. At that time, he would be able to enter here to cultivate after becoming an honorary elder. There would be no more obstacles. With that thought in mind, he quickly passed through the passage. The scene before him was brand new. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had truly entered the center of the fire-gathering cave. Although the passage was small, there was a universe inside. The area was quite spacious, and the surroundings were fragmented like a spider. It was an independent space for refining. After all, no blacksmith liked to be disturbed while refining. 2. Lin Feng smiled. There were 2 large stones blocking the entrance of the cave. This was the mark of the fire-gathering cave, indicating that there were people inside. Lin Feng didn't care and quickly continued forward. He was still far from his destination, one level after another. There were 9 levels of the fire-gathering cave. The deeper he went, the stronger the flames. However, the earth core fire here was very gentle, like some docile exotic beast that wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Therefore, there were no side effects when using the flames. It was considered a relatively unique type of earth core fire. With Master Wang's sure strength, he should be on the 4th level. This is the best place for blacksmiths at the peak of the star sector level. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Further down, the 5th level required the strength of a saint. And further down, the 8th level required the strength of a Saint King to control the powerful flames. As expected, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In the 4th level, only one of the 7 intersecting caves was blocked by a large stone. He could clearly sense Master Wang Shi's presence with his aura. At this moment, it seemed that the sky was filled with flames. The fire elements were moving continuously, and he could even feel it at the entrance of the cave. Most importantly, it was quite chaotic. It seemed that something had happened. Something's wrong. Lin Feng moved. His figure flashed, and he instantly entered. Bang! Bang! Flames were moving chaotically. At the entrance of the cave, fire snakes kept spurting out. It was abnormally violent. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Not only did he not slow down, but he also sped up. His heart palpitated slightly. If something happened to Master Wang Shi, he would definitely feel uneasy. Bang! Bang! The fire snakes that rushed out landed outside his body and were blocked by the rebirth fire. With his current strength, these star sector level flames were not a problem at all. Swoosh! Although the tunnel was long, it was only a short distance for him. Even if the fire snakes blocked it, it wouldn't take much time. He stepped lightly with his right foot and turned his body. In an instant, a red glow appeared in front of him. Bang! The flames were blazing. Lin Feng's eyes looked through the fire mist and couldn't help but smile. In front of him, Master Wang Shi's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in black and blue. He looked extremely miserable. The surrounding flames were surging as if they were angry. Wave after wave of flames surged out. Wang Shi jumped around and tried to resist the flames, screaming in pain. Rise! Lin Feng smiled indifferently and stretched out his right hand. Bang! A devouring fire suddenly appeared. It was only a small cluster, but it was as dazzling as the King of Flames. Like a hurricane, all the flames were absorbed and refined in an instant. Wave after wave of flames quickly calmed down, just like a weak warrior who had seen a strong warrior. They were all shocked. The turbulent flow of flames instantly stopped. Wang Shi was shocked. He turned around and saw Lin Feng. His eyes lit up. President, how have you been? Lin Feng smiled. Cough, cough. Wang Shi's old face blushed. He quickly wiped his face with the back of his hand and smiled awkwardly. I'm fine, I'm fine. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What was that just now? Fire-provoking technique. Wang Shi's eyes were bright and full of expression. He was quite excited. You haven't heard of it, right? This is also the first time I've seen it. It turns out that there is such a flame control technique. Using one's own flame to provoke other neutral flames, and then using the control power to condense it, forming a new flame power. Lin Feng was slightly startled, but he didn't understand. It's this. Wang Shi saw Lin Feng's expression. He immediately took out the parchment and pointed at the strange words on it. Not only does this record the refining method of the Astral Treasure Bang, there are also many refining techniques unheard of in the fighting spirit world. The fire-provoking technique I just mentioned is one of them. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded and suddenly smiled. If that's the case, how did President end up in such a sorry state? I didn't control it well. Wang Shi blushed and said with a smile, this flame control is too strong. One careless mistake, and I'll fail. Not only must I maintain a delicate balance, but I also need to fuse them in... Oh, it seems simple, but it's quite difficult to do. However, if I can really learn it, the strength of the flame will increase by at least a few times, or even 10 times. Lin Feng snorted softly. Fire-provoking technique? It sounded amazing. as expected of the starry sky language records. Wait a minute. The strength of the flame will increase by at least a few times, or even 10 times. With a thought, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was the accumulation of two different flames. But if it was his own fire of devouring and fire of rebirth, what kind of effect would it have? After playing with my daughter for an entire day, I'm really tired. Chapter 1220. Are you tempted? Wang Shi raised his eyebrows. Smiling, Lin Feng nodded, not hiding anything. Huh. Wang Shi patted Lin Feng's shoulder and laughed heartily. I'm tempted too. I've been immersed in this place for a month, studying these unique refining techniques. Shrugging helplessly, Wang Shi said in distress. However, even the flame-provoking technique is still one step away. Lin Feng smiled. This kind of technique requires control. The more you practice, the more you will gain. Wang Shi nodded heavily, his eyes shining. I was too eager for success. I was careless and almost got hurt by the focus fire. Lin Feng said softly, President, why don't you go back to the first floor first and slowly increase the power of the focus fire? Great minds think alike. Wang Shi laughed. He immediately took out a parchment and another book and handed it over. His eyes were shining. The original and the translation are both here. I've carefully proofread it many times. It should be 95% accurate. It's the limit of what I can translate. Lin Feng nodded. After all, there were no accurate records in the language of the universe. It was already very good to be able to do this. Moreover, there were many specialized terms in the translation. It was much more difficult than ordinary translation. What does the red circle mean? Lin Feng looked at Wang Shi curiously. Wang Shi scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled. This is the 5% uncertainty. Although I've looked through a lot of information, I'm still not 100% sure. Lin Feng nodded in realization. He turned the pages and glanced through them. There weren't many. The 10 or so red circles weren't mistakes. It was just that the translation was a little uncertain. Sorry to trouble you, Master. Lin Feng cupped his hands respectfully. What are you talking about? It's nothing. Wang Shi waved his hand and smiled. What's more, this old man has gained even more. These refining techniques that the Douling world doesn't have, compared to the refining method of this astral treasure qi, are truly priceless treasures to me. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Indeed, the refinement of the astral treasure qi, at the very least, required strength at the saint rank or above. Not to mention the entire Vermilion Bird continent. There wasn't even a single saint-level artificer in the entire southern region. For an artificer, they could only refine Earth-tier artifacts at most, and peak star sector-level artifacts were enough. However, for a saint-level cultivator, their great Tao was only at the Saint King level. So what was the point of refining artifacts? By the way, President, if I announce these special refining techniques, what do you think? Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked. Wang Shi was stunned. He stared at Lin Feng. Are you serious? Does it look fake? Lin Feng laughed. If it's true, then it's truly a great deed. Wang Shi stared at Lin Feng. There are 6 special refining techniques. 3 of them can only be used by saint-level cultivators, while the other 3 can be learned by star sector-level cultivators. For example, this flame-provoking technique, if it can be spread and announced, it will be a milestone for all artificers. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Then I'll leave this matter to you, President. Good, that's great. Wang Shi was extremely excited. His face was beaming. Actually, I've always had this thought, but it belongs to you, Lin Feng, after all. If it was a normal artificer, they would have kept it to themselves. How would they be willing to share it and benefit other artificers? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Who wasn't selfish? Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. He was also very selfish, but to him, these refining techniques were not very useful. At most, he could earn more money. What was the use of money to him now? Why not give it to the Union of Artificers as a favor? Ever since he became the vice president of the Union of Artificers, he had not done anything. Thinking about it, he blushed with shame. Now, it was a good opportunity. I'll immediately tell President Nangong about this great news. Wang Shi was extremely excited. He looked back at Lin Feng and nodded heavily. Don't worry, Lin Feng. This old man guarantees with his character that he will not let you suffer any losses. I will truthfully report this to the Union and give you the compensation you deserve. I know. Lin Feng smiled. To him, the so-called compensation was nothing more than some fame and fortune. It was not very useful to him. At this moment, he only cared about increasing his strength. There was nothing else. After sending off Wang Shi, Lin Feng immediately went into seclusion. There were still 3 days left. He had to make good use of it. Every bit of increase in strength counted. When the time came, he would have to face the human demon Holy Lord. It was not a joke. That was a true Sage King level expert. Moreover, he and Lam Tok Ti were in cahoots. They would not rest until one of them was dead. There was no mercy to speak of. He had to pass this stage. Defeat him. Fire provocation technique. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the scroll. Master Wang Shi's translation was very accurate. Even all kinds of supplementary pictures were drawn exactly, without any uncertain red circles. Reading carefully, Lin Feng focused. This technique was actually not very useful for martial artists. After all, it needed to use other flames. When two people fought, how could there be other flames to use? Even if they were lucky enough to fight in a place of fire, what use would other flames be if it was not the earth core fire? But for a refiner, it was a very good technique. For him, like a tiger with wings. This is a kind of fusion technique in a short period of time. Although it is not a true fusion, its power cannot be underestimated. If I can learn it, my devouring fire and rebirth fire can enter a state of subfusion. Its power will increase by at least 10 times. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. There was no doubt that the devouring fire and rebirth fire were powerful. Even if the two repelled each other at first, the power of the magnetic explosion was already quite terrifying. Then, he used one flame as the main body and the other flame to complement it, increasing the power to another level. But there was still a world of difference between this and fusion. But right now, there's a very good way. Fire provocation technique. A short period of fusion was enough. A battle only needed a moment of brilliance. Let's begin. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. There was not much time left for him. It seemed easy. In fact, it was not easy at all. With Master Wang Shi's strength, he still could not learn it after practicing for a month. It was enough to show how difficult it was to master this technique. In terms of weapon crafting skills, Master Wang Shi was not inferior to Madame Nangong at all. Every top-notch weapon craftsman must have top-notch fire control skills. The ability to control fire did not depend on one's strength. The stronger one was, the greater the amount of fire needed to be controlled. Failure. Failure again. Lin Feng continued to experiment. From nothing to something, from a beginner to a master, failure was inevitable. It is indeed difficult to master. Even with my fire control skills, it is still not enough. But I finally have a clue. His eyes were clear. Lin Feng was not worried. Instead, he was happy and smiled slightly. If he could easily master it with his current strength, the power of this technique would be limited even if it was strong. On the contrary, the current situation was very good. There was no need to rush. The more anxious he was, the easier it was to ruin things. The most taboo in cultivation was to be impatient. Looking at everything calmly and dealing with every problem was the right way to go. 6 hours. It has been 6 hours and there is no progress. Breakthrough. I seem to have reached a bottleneck. Lin Feng stopped. Failure over and over again did not bring him any progress. That was something to be thought about. After all, hard work was one thing, but the direction was also important. The fire of devouring and the fire of rebirth could not be merged. Even if he used a special fusion method with the fire provocation technique as the axis and kept experimenting with the fusion point of the two, there was still a feeling missing. The feeling of a perfect fit. It is not a problem of fire control. It is the mastery of the technique. This should be the same as the mystery. It is about epiphany. It is a kind of correct control. Lin Feng nodded slowly. After pondering, his eyes lit up and he suddenly smiled. I was just giving Master Wang Shi advice, but I didn't expect to make the same mistake. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He breathed gently and calmed his mind. Too impatient, he wanted to reach the sky in one step. It was not so easy to achieve epiphany. Take it slow. Let's start from the fusion of the focused fire. It will not be too late to merge the fire of devouring and the fire of rebirth when I can find a perfect fit and find that feeling. Lin Feng made a decision instantly. Southern region. The Emperor's Throne tournament was in full swing. The quota was not only a symbol of strength, but also a kind of glory and a trophy. Ever since it was held, countless martial artists had flocked to it like a flock of ducks, and all of them had fought until their heads bled. During this year, countless saint-level experts had died in the tournament. It was several times more than the number of saint-level experts who had died in the past 10,000 years. For the sake of the title, for the Emperor's Throne tournament, everyone was giving it their all. There were no saint-level experts participating. It could be said that as long as one was a saint, they had a chance to control the entire southern region. The Challenge Arena. This was the only arena for the Emperor's Throne tournament. No matter which saint wanted to participate, they had to enter the challenge arena to challenge the arena master. Identity and status had no effect here. It was only a reflection of strength. One could enter the final Emperor's Throne tournament after winning 5 times in a row on the challenge arena. There was only 1 day left in the 1-year period. I wonder who will be the last one. It should be Strange Cloud Peak, who has won 4 times in a row. Yes, it's already the last day. Everyone was discussing animatedly as they waited eagerly. There were many saint-level experts gathered around. They were concerned about who would enter the final round. He is quite lucky. Basically, all the experts have passed. Yes, King Yin, King Zhu, King Lu, these 3 are recognized as the strongest. There's also Cuckoo. The 4 hot favorites have all advanced. There should be no other saint-level experts who will challenge him. If it ends like this, there will be 7 spots for the final round. Everyone was chatting as they waited. What other changes would there be on the last day? No one knew, including Strange Cloud Peak, who is currently in the challenge arena. He had used all his tricks to choose the best time to challenge. However, he could not win the hearts of the people. There is always a higher mountain in the hearts of the people. Boom! Like thunder, a shocking aura suddenly appeared. The situation on the challenge arena changed. Chapter 12:21. Jia Jia. Arrogant laughter echoed in the sky. All the saints looked up. At this moment, the sky seemed to be dyed black and covered in black fog. Sitting cross-legged on the challenge platform, Strange Yunfeng opened his eyes and frowned as he looked at the spreading black fog. His face grew darker and darker. 2 people slowly appeared from the black fog. The leader was an ugly and demonic old man. His dark eyes were like a ghost's, and he was grinning coldly. He's no impossible. Oh my God, it's really the Holy Lord of the Human Demon. All the saints below the challenge platform were shocked. The Holy Lord of the Human Demon was famous. He was the 13th Holy Lord of the human race. Even though he betrayed the human race in the second war of liches and demons, and his name was as disgusting as maggots in a cesspit, no one doubted his strength. What was a Holy Lord? No matter how powerful a saint was, they wouldn't be called a Holy Lord. The Holy Lord of the Human Demon was a true Saint King. He had disappeared for countless years, and now the Holy Lord of the Human Demon was here. Everyone knew what Sima Zhao was thinking. Right now, Strange Yunfeng was undoubtedly the one with the worst expression. He had won 4 battles in a row, and he only needed to wait for the last one to enter the finals. However, such an uninvited guest showed up at this moment. Even a blind man could tell why the Holy Lord of the Human Demon suddenly showed up. He also wanted the throne of the southern region. Thump, thump. Strange Yunfeng stumbled back 2 steps, looking at the Holy Lord of the Human Demon, who was slowly landing on the challenge platform. His face turned pale. He was unwilling to give up. Weren't you expelled from the human race? Strange Yunfeng's voice was trembling, and he couldn't hide his fear. In fact, no saint could remain calm in front of such a demon. The atmosphere was suffocating. When? Why don't I remember? The Holy Lord of the human demons' eyes glinted coldly as he sneered. This. Strange Yunfeng choked. As far as he knew, the Holy Lord of the human demon was expelled by the 12 Holy Lords after the Second War of Liches and Demons. However, he wasn't even born back then. You betrayed the human race. You have no right to participate in this competition. Crafty Cloud Peak gritted his teeth and said, "Who said that? Do you have evidence?" The human demon Holy Lord's face was indifferent. "It's just a rumor. Kid, don't talk about things you don't know. Otherwise," the human demon Holy Lord's eyes turned cold. A terrifying killing intent immediately leaked out. "This old man will let you know the consequences of talking nonsense." As he spoke, the human demon Holy Lord didn't give the strange Cloud Peak any time to react. His hands formed into claws, and he instantly erupted with power. Boom! The dense black fog enveloped the entire stage, causing all the saints to hold their breaths. A terrifying aura filled the air. Instantly, HHH. His hysterical voice was like the shriek of a malicious spirit. Gulp! All the saints swallowed their saliva as their expressions turned ugly. They could feel their life force fading away. The eerie Cloud Peak was one of the top experts in the southern region, but his aura was completely suppressed by the human demon Holy Lord. In a hazy black fog, a tall figure could be vaguely seen being held by the throat by a skinny old man. Strength had nothing to do with height. Kacha! A horrifying sound suddenly rang out. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being squeezed, causing incomparable pain. The black fog seemed to have been blown away by a gust of wind and slowly disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the blood on the stage, and the pair of eyes filled with unwillingness. They were dumbfounded. Dead. The eerie Cloud Peak died just like that. The eerie Cloud Peak, who was one of the top 10 experts in the southern region, was killed by the human demon Holy Lord in just one exchange. He couldn't fight back at all. You only have some ability with your mouth. The human demon Holy Lord sneered as he raised his leg and kicked. Shwa! The eerie Cloud Peak's corpse drew an arc in the air before landing heavily on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. All the saints stared at the skinny figure on the stage. Their throats seemed to be blocked by something, and they couldn't say a word. Their hearts were filled with fear. That was a demon from the Second War of the Liches and Demons. Who dared to offend him? Furthermore, the human demon Holy Lord's words were still vivid in their ears. What was the consequence of talking nonsense? The eerie Cloud Peak was a bloody example. He would die without a burial place. Kill one as an example to others. After the human demon Holy Lord, Lam Tokti landed on the stage with a cold expression. He naturally followed his master, advancing and retreating together. Now is the last day of the Emperor Throne Tournament. According to the rules, after a year had passed, the last cultivators standing on the challenge stage, even if they hadn't won 5 times in a row, would still have the qualifications to enter the finals of the Emperor Throne Tournament. The human demon Holy Lord would enter the final round, because with him standing there, no one else would be foolish enough to come and die. No one will be so stupid. If you're interested, come and play with me. The human demon Holy Lord laughed strangely as he rubbed his hands together. His hands were as dry as claws, and there were still traces of the eerie Cloud Peak's blood on them. However, the human demon Holy Lord didn't find them dirty at all. Instead, he licked them in disgust as his eyes shone coldly. See, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Was he still human? Peach Garden. What? The human demon Holy Lord, led by Shun, King Yin, and King Ju's expressions changed. No one would have thought that the human demon Holy Lord would appear on the last day of the War of the Emperors. Everyone looked at each other and pursed their lips. The atmosphere was heavy. The human demon Holy Lord came prepared. He did it on purpose. King Yan's eyes burned. He purposely chose the last day so that there's no room for negotiation, King Ju said in a low voice. The two of them were the first and second to qualify, so they knew what was going on. We can't disqualify him. Shun sighed inwardly. He knew what the human demon Holy Lord was thinking. Only the 12 sacred lords of the human race could stop him. However, the sacred lords of the 9 regions all disappeared after entering the sorcerer's sacred land. The remaining 3 sacred lords were either heavily injured, not involved, or missing. Who would care about the human demon Holy Lord? Even if we go find the heavenly secret sacred lord now, we won't have enough time. What a good plan. Shun sighed. However, he knew that he couldn't stop the human demon Holy Lord now. There wasn't enough time. He's a sacred king. If he advances to the finals, we won't be his match at all. King Yin and King Ju's expressions were heavy. The human demon Holy Lord was like a crane in a flock of chickens. No one could stop him. The difference in levels wasn't something that could be made up with technique. Even if the human demon Holy Lord challenged all the other saints, he would still be the one to win. Everyone looked at Shun, waiting for his final decision. The organizer of the War of the Emperors was Shun. Before the new king of the southern region took over, the master of the southern region would still be Shun. Let's go to the challenge stage. Shun's eyes flashed. King Yin, King Ju, and the others nodded. At this moment, everything was meaningless. No matter what, they had to face it. First, they had to see the demon from the ancient era, the human demon Holy Lord, the fire-gathering cave. Lin Feng didn't know what was happening outside. Once he entered a deep state of cultivation, he focused on one thing and didn't have any other thoughts. He trained hard on the fire-provoking technique. From the initial control of the fire-gathering technique to the 5th level, the 6th level, and the 7th level. Steady and steady. On the 3rd day, he could truly merge with the fire of rebirth. It was a qualitative breakthrough. Rise. The flames boiled. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. With a thought, the fire of devouring rose. The astral source energy entered it and instantly turned the fire of devouring into a whirlwind. It gave off a different feeling of energy. The astral source energy was much harder to control than the astral source energy, but it was also much more powerful. Boom! The fire of rebirth instantly boiled. His hands suddenly changed. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In his state, his control of the flames deepened. The stronger his control, the more flames he could fuse with. This is the feeling, Lin Feng said softly. The points of compatibility were perfectly fused. Under the astral source energy, the 2 flames found a perfect point of compatibility. The fire of rebirth spun around the fire of devouring and instantly condensed. This was just the beginning. Hua, hua, hua. Like a magnet constantly absorbing, the fire of devouring and the fire of rebirth merged with each other, forming a subtle state of fusion. The deepest part was the fire of devouring, the outermost part was the infinite fire of rebirth, and the central area was the buffer zone of the astral source energy. There was not much contact between the two. The control zone formed by the astral source energy temporarily merged the 2 flames. Merge! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The structure of this flame was only in its primitive state and had no power. The true power of the fire-provoking technique was the perfect fusion of these 3, forming a temporary fusion with an unimaginable special power. Just like the principle of the formation, the seemingly motionless flames were actually constantly rotating, forming the same rotating centrifugal force. Hua! The flames instantly brightened greatly. Astonishing flames shot out in all directions, and a terrifying power erupted at this moment. The fusion of the fire of devouring and the fire of rebirth unleashed an unbelievable power in an instant. In the air, it was as if a phoenix was crying loudly. The fusion of the flames caused the illusion of the phoenix to appear faintly. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, feeling the astonishing power gathering, his heart surging, his blood boiling. It's real. It's really the power of the phoenix. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. He had finally grasped the purest and most sublime power system of these two flames. For the first time, he had comprehended the true essence of the Phoenix constellation. Fire-provoking technique. But this flame is still not the true Phoenix fire. Lin Feng's eyes lit up after the excitement. His heart gradually calmed down. There was still a distance to the true fusion. However, he could already see the strength of the Phoenix fire in the future and the end of that path. For the time being, let's call it fire-provoking. Chapter 1222. On the challenge stage. It was completely silent. The human demon Holy Lord stood there calmly and casually chatted with Lamb, Talk Tea, from time to time. To him, this so-called Imperial Throne competition was nothing at all, and he would definitely not have a match. He only needed a few more hours to settle the dust. Master, how about I challenge him? Lamb Talk Tea asked hesitantly. No need. The human demon Holy Lord curled his lips. He glanced around and smiled. How can these kids have the guts? It's better to be safe than sorry. Lamb Talk Tea's eyes flashed. What the hell? When has your master ever been afraid of anyone? The human demon Holy Lord glared. You're so gutsy. I'm relying on you to stall for time. If I win in such a disgraceful manner, how can I raise my head in the future? There were only a few hours left. At this moment, as long as Lamb Talk Tea joined the battle and challenged the human demon Holy Lord, he wouldn't be able to enter the next round. According to the rules, the challenge could last for a maximum of 12 hours. After that, it would be considered a draw. However, there were less than 12 hours left. Yes, Master. Lamb Talk Tea was a bit worried, but he still nodded. With the human demon Holy Lord's strength, there was nothing to be afraid of. Suddenly, Lamb Talk Tea paused. He felt a few powerful auras approaching at an extremely fast speed. Looking back in the blink of an eye, the number of auras had increased to more than a dozen, then dozens, and continued to increase. Lin Kuang's eyes lit up. There had to be a reason for so many experts to come at once. He turned to look at his master. The human demon Holy Lord was still expressionless, as if he was already mentally prepared. Lamb Talk Tea thought for a bit and didn't say anything. However, there was an uproar in the surroundings. King Yen and King Ju. Wow, even Emperor Shun is here. The silent atmosphere was quickly broken. The pressure brought by the Holy Lord of the human demon could not compare to the arrival of these dozens of figures. Among them, Emperor Shun, King Yen, and King Ju were all peak saint-level experts. Individually, they might not be as strong as the Holy Lord of the human demon, but with the Peach Garden experts behind them, they were not inferior. Oh, I was wondering who it was. The human demon Holy Master spoke with a smile that wasn't a smile. Hello, Senior. Emperor Shun nodded slightly. Although he used honorifics, he was neither servile nor overbearing. TSK. Not bad. At least you have some manners. The human demon Holy Lord squinted at Emperor Shun, his eyes filled with admiration. You're Shun, right? Shun's first disciple really does resemble Shun. The human demon's aura was calm, without the slightest bit of killing intent. Senior, may I know why you have come to the challenge platform? Emperor Shun did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What? I can't participate? Holy Lord human demon glared at him, his expression suddenly changing. That's not it. Emperor Shun shook his head with a smile. It's just that this is a battle between juniors. It's hard to be elegant. I didn't expect even Senior to be so interested. Is that so? The human demon Holy Master squinted his eyes. Jie smiled. Shun, you're really smooth with your words. Why do you need to beat around the bush? Why don't you just say you don't welcome me? His voice was arrogant. Everyone murmured in their hearts. Who would dare to say, don't welcome me? There was already a bloody example. Poor Strange Cloud's peak. They had only brushed past the edge before they were killed. Shun didn't get angry. He still maintained his smile. Senior, don't you think it's a bit dishonorable to bully the weak like this? Every word was sonorous, and every word hit where it hurt. Killing intent flashed through the human demon Holy Master's eyes. With his strength, it was easy to kill Shun, but Shun wasn't alone. There were dozens of Taiyuan's saints and Shun's disciples, all standing firmly on Shun's side. If he attacked Shun, he would definitely arouse public anger and pay a heavy price. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to take this step. I'm willing. I like it. The human demon Holy Master had a shameless look on his face, as if he wanted to bite him. King Yin and King Ju, who were behind Shun, turned pale. Everyone was angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Senior, you've made up your mind? Shun's eyes lit up. Yes. The human demon Holy Master looked straight at Shun. After a short moment of silence, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Everyone's gazes were focused on Shun, waiting for his next move. However, Shun's words made everyone's jaws drop. I understand. Shun nodded slightly. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. He left behind the Taiyuan saints and the human demon Holy Master, who was also confused. They didn't know what Shun was planning. Eldest senior brother. With King Yin and King Ju in the lead, everyone surrounded Shun. They wanted to know what was going on. Was he going to let the human demon Holy Master advance to the finals? The result was obvious. Do you have a better idea? Shun was still very calm. It was as if nothing had happened. This question made everyone speechless. Yes, what else could they do? With our combined strength, we can force the human demon Holy Master to withdraw. King Yin's sharp brows furrowed. He was full of fighting spirit. What if he doesn't withdraw? Shun asked. Then we'll fight. King Yin was full of guts and arrogance. Shun said calmly, there are only two outcomes. First, we'll all be killed, and the human demon Holy Master will be injured. Shun looked at everyone and continued, second, some of us will be killed, and the human demon Holy Master will be injured and flee. His voice was very calm, but everyone's expressions turned ugly. Shun was speaking the truth. They might be able to force the human demon Holy Master to withdraw with the advantage of numbers. But so what? The possibility of killing the human demon Holy Master was almost zero. But we can't just retreat like this, King Ju said hesitantly. Who says we can't? Shun said slowly. He looked at everyone. Do you know why the human demon Holy Master chose the last day to participate in the competition? Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Shun said slowly, because he's afraid of variables. He's not invincible in the human world. No matter how strong he is, he's just a warrior. Moreover, there's still a buffer of 7 days after the final battle is decided. So what if he becomes the lord of the southern region? Shun said with a smile, didn't I withdraw too? Everyone instantly understood and nodded thoughtfully. They were too superficial in their view of the problem. King Yin and King Ju blushed. They felt embarrassed, especially King Yin, who was too impulsive. Don't worry. Shun smiled and said, the situation is far from the worst. Moreover, the preliminary round hasn't even ended yet. Isn't there still 4 hours left in the 1-year period? Looking into the distance, Shun seemed to be thinking about something and said softly, perhaps there will be variables. Variables. Humans were the biggest variables. In the main hall of the Union of Artificers, Wang Shi and Lady Nangong were in heated discussion. Although 3 days had passed, the two were still arguing. 6 types of refining techniques that had never been seen before in the Douling world. 3 of them could be cultivated by star sector-level refiners. They were extremely precious. I think it's best to present them separately. Lady Nangong's eyes were burning. Presenting them together is more beneficial to the development of refiners. Wang Shi was not to be outdone. But for Lin Feng and our Zhuke, Chao Refiners Union, the benefits will be much less. Lady Nangong retorted. Lin Feng is not a stingy person. He's sincerely contributing selflessly. Wang Shi was also stubborn. That's why we have to help him get the biggest compensation. Lady Nangong said seriously. The two of them argued back and forth. Although they were not quarreling, their faces were red and neither was willing to give in. When Lin Feng heard in the distance, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head. He did not expect to see such a scene when he came out after 3 days of seclusion. Could it be that they had been arguing like this for 3 days? Lin Feng said softly and laughed. The two of them looked like they would not be done in a short time. Stop arguing. Lin Feng immediately interrupted. His voice was loud and clear, like the sound of a bell in the main hall. Wang Shi and Lady Nangong stopped arguing and looked at each other awkwardly. Actually, both of you are right. Lin Feng smiled and looked at the two of them. He said softly, "How about this? Each of you take a step back. The 3-star sector-level refining techniques will be presented together, and the other 3 saint-level refining techniques will be presented slowly at a suitable time. What do you think?" Wang Shi and Lady Nangong looked at each other, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. It was handled fairly well and decisively. In terms of value, the 3-star sector-level refining techniques added together couldn't even compare to a single saint-level refining technique. In terms of demand, the 3 saint-level refining techniques couldn't even compare to a single-star sector-level refining technique. Therefore, this method could be said to have taken care of everything. Sorry about that. Wang Shi scratched his head embarrassedly. You're out of seclusion so soon? Lady Nangong blushed slightly and changed the topic. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Today is the last day. I'm going to participate in the Emperor's Throne competition." Emperor's Throne competition? Wang Shi and Lady Nangong were stunned and only reacted after a while. They had almost forgotten that not only was Lin Feng a saint, but he was also a very powerful one. Indeed, he was qualified to participate in the Emperor's Throne competition. But it's too late, right? Wang Shi frowned. There are less than 4 hours left. Lady Nangong looked at the compass in her hand. It should be enough. It won't take much time to go there through the transportation array. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Anyway, the last person to advance doesn't need to defeat many people. It's enough as long as I'm still standing on the challenge stage when the Emperor's Throne competition ends 1 year later." "I'm afraid they're all thinking of this," Wang Shi said worriedly. "Maybe there will be 2 familiar martial artists who will use the challenge as an excuse to delay time until the end. What should we do then?" Lady Nangong hesitated and looked at Lin Feng. "Oh no." Lin Feng's expression changed. "I didn't think of that at all." Lin Feng was a little stunned and widened his eyes. Why didn't he think of this possibility? If it was really as Lady Nangong said, then they were in big trouble. Former president, I'll take my leave first. We'll talk when I come back." Lin Feng came back to his senses and disappeared like a gust of wind. Wang Shi and Lady Nangong were left behind and couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think he's smart or stupid?" Wang Shi said helplessly. "Maybe because he's too confident." Lady Nangong's beautiful eyes twinkled. Chapter 1223. On the challenge stage. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Shun and the others weren't the only ones who received the news. King Lu, Huang Lu, and the other experts who had advanced to the final round had all arrived. Although the people who came later were confused by the balance in front of them, they wouldn't forcefully take the lead and get involved in this mess. After all, no saint was an idiot. Not to mention Shun. This human demon holy lord had a fierce reputation and was a temperamental person. Time passed second by second. With Shun in the lead, the group stood as still as Mount Tai. Their gazes landed on the challenge stage, which made Sacred Lord Human Demon impatient. Although he was chatting with Lam Tok Ti, he was paying attention to the changes in the situation around him. His expression kept changing. "Hey, Shun, since no one is coming up, let's just end it like this," Sacred Lord Human Demon said disdainfully. "Stop wasting time. Senior, there's no need to be impatient. There's still 3 hours, Shun said with a smile. Tisk, Sacred Lord Human Demon spat out a mouthful of phlegm in disdain. His expression was extremely insulting. The surrounding Sacred Lord's expressions changed slightly. Normally, they were all high and mighty, but no one dared to provoke this peerless demon. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks out will be shot. There was no need to be brave. Time slowly passed in this tense atmosphere. Soon, there were only 2 hours left. Sacred Lord Human Demon mumbled as he glanced at the compass. The other saints weren't the only ones who were worried. He also felt uneasy. Shun's calmness made it seem like he had some trump card that he hadn't used yet. His calm expression made it seem like victory was already in his hands. It was very uncomfortable. Could it be that old fellow Heavenly Secret is playing tricks again? Sacred Lord Human Demon's small eyes rolled around. The person he feared the most was the Heavenly Secret Sacred Lord. The Heavenly Secret Saint Sovereign had been restrained time and time again. He had long become a shadow of fear in his heart. Just as he was wondering, suddenly, Sacred Lord Human Demon was slightly startled. He turned his head and looked into the distance. His eyes flashed. The moment he turned his head, Shun, King Yin, and the others also turned their heads with curious expressions. The aura of the newcomer was so familiar. Only Lam Tok Ti had a ferocious look on his face. It's him. Whoosh! Lin Feng sped forward. From afar, he could already see the huge challenge stage and the extremely powerful aura above it. However, there was only one person. It's all right. It's not good either. Lin Feng was both happy and helpless. The good news was that Lady Nangong's words did not appear. There was no battle taking place on the challenge stage. He still had enough time and opportunity to fight for the final chance to advance. However, what made him helpless was that he was very clear about that extremely huge aura and was even more familiar with it. This was already the second time he had encountered it. Why? Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he was tempted. It was equally powerful and equally terrifying. Not long ago, he had almost died to this terrifying aura. If Shui Yumei hadn't saved him, he would have died. And now, it had appeared before his eyes once again. The only difference was that he no longer felt afraid. Sure enough, my strength has increased a lot, Lin Feng muttered. In fact, his thoughts were very complicated when he came to the challenge stage. He didn't want to meet the Human Demon Holy Lord, but he also wanted to see him again. However, there was no need to think too much about it. In the end, reality would not change because of his thoughts. The Human Demon Holy Lord was close at hand. Early Saint King realm. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as his eyes lit up. No, it might be intermediate Saint King realm. With his current strength, he was still unable to determine the strength of a Saint King realm through aura. He could only estimate. He could only estimate based on the strength of the aura. In the ancient race, the Human Demon Holy Lord's aura should be equivalent to early Saint King realm. However, the ancient race's powerhouses were generally one level higher than human powerhouses. In other words, the Human Demon Holy Lord was very likely to be intermediate Saint King realm. However, no matter what, his true strength would not change. According to Mother, my current strength is at the peak of the Saint King realm. However, it is comparable to early Saint King realm. Early Saint King realm of the ancient race. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He slowly came to a stop and floated in the air. If not for this, he wouldn't have come here with full confidence to face the Human Demon Holy Lord. Perhaps their strengths were about the same. The Human Demon Holy Lord was very experienced, but he was young and strong. He had trump cards, but so did I. Victory or defeat was 50-50. His heart was inexplicably calm. He didn't feel any acceleration. He didn't fear the Human Demon Holy Lord. Lin Feng. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, his eyes shining with cold light. Oh! Killing intent flashed in the Human Demon Holy Lord's eyes. Looking at Lin Feng in the air, he clenched his hands into claws and snapped his fingers. His blood boiled inexplicably and his fighting spirit surged. Even the Human Demon Holy Lord himself was shocked. This brat. The Human Demon Holy Lord's expression turned serious. Among the crowd, only Shun had a faint smile on his face. The others were mostly shocked and curious. Although King Yin and King Lu recognized Lin Feng, they didn't care too much. After all, Lin Feng's arrival didn't mean anything and couldn't change anything. Who is this young man? Yeah, why haven't I seen him before? This is also my first time seeing him. He looks unfamiliar. He should be a newly risen saint. Everyone discussed animatedly, feeling rather curious. However, they couldn't be blamed. Most saints lived in seclusion and cultivated all year round. It was normal for them to go into seclusion for 10 to 20 years. Lin Feng wasn't even 30 yet. When many saints went into seclusion last time, Lin Feng wasn't even born yet. Moreover, Lin Feng had only risen in the past 2 years. Most people had only heard of his name, but had never seen him. It was normal that they didn't know him. I'm here. Lin Feng landed in front of Emperor Shun. Their eyes met. I thought you wouldn't come. Emperor Shun smiled faintly. Since I promised, I will do it. Lin Feng nodded slowly without any hesitation. Today, even if he wasn't confident enough to deal with the human demon Holy Lord, he had promised Emperor Shun and the heavenly secret Sacred Lord. After all, he owed the heavenly secret Sacred Lord more than just his life. Emperor Shun's eyes twinkled. You've improved a lot since we last met. The title of eldest senior brother wasn't undeserved. Emperor Shun's strength was probably unmatched except for the human demon Holy Lord. He could feel Lin Feng's strength. Yes. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. I've gained a lot from this trip to the ancient southern region. Emperor Shun's eyes flashed. Are you confident? Lin Feng shook his head, which disappointed Shun. However, Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at the human demon saint before looking back at Shun. His expression was filled with confidence. But he isn't sure either. His expression was calm, but his words were earth-shattering. Not only did Shun's eyes light up, but the expressions of the Yin Emperor and the Zhu Emperor also changed. Especially King Zhu. This was the first time he had seen Lin Feng. Shameless boasting. King Zhu scoffed, his voice filled with disdain. King Yin hesitated and looked at Shun without saying anything. At this moment, King Lu came over with a smile. He was very familiar with Lin Feng. Brother Lin, you're finally back. King Lu smiled. Yes, I was afraid I wouldn't make it. Lin Feng looked at King Lu with a smile. Although he knew that King Lu was ambitious, it had nothing to do with him. It was normal for him to want the position of Emperor Shun. Most importantly, one shouldn't hit a smiling person. Whether King Lu did it on purpose or sincerely, he had helped him a lot. There was no harm in befriending him. Couldn't make it? King Lu was stunned. Yes. Lin Feng smiled. I rushed back to participate in the Imperial Throne competition. Boom. It was as if a bolt from the blue had struck down in an instant. Although the sound wasn't loud, all the martial artists present heard it clearly. Their expressions changed. Especially King Lu, who was close by. He widened his eyes and rubbed his ears, afraid that he had misheard. The atmosphere suddenly became very quiet. Suddenly, boom, the long, silent atmosphere was ignited. Did I hear it wrong? This little guy wants to challenge the human demon, Holy Lord. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Is he crazy? That's a holy king. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Their courage is commendable. Everyone's discussion rose like a surging wave. However, almost all of them were mocking Lin Feng. They only thought that Lin Feng was boasting shamelessly. King Zhu shook his head in disbelief. He didn't even bother to look at Lin Feng. Even Huang Lu, who had already advanced to the next level, had an amused expression on his face. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, waiting for the joke to start. King Lu and King Yin were both stunned. Only the Shun Emperor's expression did not change in the slightest. He knew Lin Feng very well. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The human demon Holy Lord laughed and clapped his hands. Lam Tok T's eyes flashed coldly. He stared at Lin Feng like a vicious wolf, as if he wanted to see through him. Is it that funny? Lin Feng looked at the human demon Holy Lord and smiled. His calm words made the human demon Holy Lord feel like he was acting in a one-man show. The laughter slowly faded. The human demon Holy Lord looked at Lin Feng coldly. Little guy, do you know who I am? Is that important? Lin Feng's voice was calm. He stood below the stage and stared straight at the human demon Holy Lord without any fear. His calm words were full of provocation, causing the human demon Holy Lord's killing intent to burst out. It's not important. The human demon Holy Lord's eyes flashed with a cold glint. But I advise you to think clearly. Like the trash around you, you can still keep your dog life. But if you come up, his words were filled with mockery. The faces of the surrounding saints alternated between green and white. They were extremely embarrassed, but Lin Feng remained indifferent. Provocation. The human demon Holy Lord clearly wanted to provoke him to go up and kill him as an example. However, this was exactly why he had come. Stomp. Lin Feng instantly jumped off the ground and landed on the stage like a swallow under hundreds of shocked gazes. He didn't reveal any emotion on his face as he calmly looked at the human demon, Holy Lord, and slowly said, "Don't talk nonsense. Come, let's fight." Chapter 1224. Straightforward and neat. Lin Feng's voice was sonorous and resounding. His resolute face carried a hint of confidence, causing all the surrounding cultivators to shut their mouths and quiet down in an instant. What else could they say? According to the human demon Holy Lord's words, they were trash who had saved their lives. Which one of them was as fearless as Lin Feng? No one. No matter how nice their words were, no matter how many reasons they had, their actions showed everything. They were cowards. There was complete silence. Even the human demon, Holy Lord, was stunned. He never thought that Lin Feng would really be provoked and enter the challenge stage. He subconsciously shifted his gaze and looked at Lam Tok Ti. The master and disciple looked at each other. There was no excitement in their eyes. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of caution. To a certain extent, their personalities were very similar. This was also why the human demon Holy Lord had only taken Lam Tok Ti as his disciple. It was hard to find a good master, but how could it be easy to find a disciple he liked? Phoenix won't give up unless there's a treasure, and Lin Feng will never fight a battle he's not confident in. Lam Tok Ti's eyes flashed. This wasn't the first time he met Lin Feng. They had accumulated so much hatred, so they understood each other very well. He knew what Lin Feng's personality was like. Now that Lin Feng had jumped on a stage, Lam Tok Ti wouldn't believe him if he said he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. After all, the human demon Holy Lord was a true sage king. What's his trump card? Although he's hiding his aura, he hasn't reached the sage king level. Lam Tok Ti frowned deeply. The human demon Holy Lord's expression was also grave. Compared to Lam Tok Ti, his perception of Lin Feng's strength was more accurate. Even though Lin Feng had not revealed his strength, he clearly knew that Lin Feng was at the peak of the saint level. Logically speaking, Lin Feng should not have the ability to fight against him. However, Lin Feng looked so confident. Could it be that he has a way to reverse the gap between us? The human demon Holy Master muttered in his heart. However, there was no time for the human demon Holy Lord to think, because in that instant, Lin Feng's aura had already exploded, his power blooming. Whoosh! Lin Feng's figure blurred, and in that instant, he split into two. The surrounding crowd burst into an uproar, not because they were surprised by Lin Feng's doppelganger, but because Lin Feng had taken the initiative to start the battle. The battle had really begun. Doppelganger was too ordinary, be it in terms of star techniques or mysteries. It was not impossible for one to split into 10, 100, or even 1,000. However, no one knew that Lin Feng's doppelganger was completely different from other star technique doppelganger and mystery doppelganger. It was a true independent doppelganger that was completely different from the strength of the main body. To a certain extent, it was a brand new individual. 7 Ultimate Heavenly Star Array. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Doppelganger was a control-type ability of an Earth-grade black treasure, the strongest power of the 7 Ultimate Heavenly Star Bead. 7 bright spots that were like starlight instantly erupted with power. When the doppelganger and the main body blurred and overlapped, it was impossible to tell if it was the main body or the doppelganger. And this was the beginning of Lin Feng's plan, the perfect moment. Rise! Lin Feng's hands moved quickly. The familiar feeling and array formation were instantly set up with the 7 ultimate heavenly star bead. The unique rhythm made him feel as if he had returned to the southern ancient region and the bloodbath mystic realm. He closed his eyes, and the feeling emerged clearly. The strength of the doppelganger was fully displayed. With the strongest 7 ultimate heavenly star bead and the power of the array formation, it was enough to surpass the level gap. In fact, that was the killing move that he had prepared to deal with the sacred lord of the human demon previously. Now he had to strike first. It formed an array of its own. The mysteries of the array formation completely simulated the array formation of the bloodbath mystic realm. That included the fire dragon and the detailed structure of the array formation. The only difference was the composition of the array power of the array formation. The bloodbath mystic realm was the power of the blood phoenix, but it was the power of the doppelganger now. It was formed by the power of the star source and was only inferior to the first level of the bloodbath mystic realm. Childish tricks. I thought you were very capable. The sacred lord of the human demon's eyes turned cold with disdain. The sacred lord of the human demon could even break through the first level of the bloodbath mystic realm, let alone the simulated 7 ultimate heavenly star array. His hand formed a claw, and a demonic black mist rose up like a ghost. It quickly spread around the sacred lord of the human demon's body as he crossed his hands. In an instant, the sacred lord of the human demon's face turned pitch black, and the black star seal on his forehead flashed with a demonic cold light. It looked like a bird, and it was extremely ugly. Black feathers and a ferocious face. This was the first time it showed its true power in the ancient southern region. Crow constellation. Although it looked like he was disdainful, the sacred lord of the human demon wasn't careless. He was going all out. The black mist condensed from the powerful star source was much stronger than Lin Feng's fire dragon. The black mist wrapped around the human demon's body and created a natural defense that perfectly blocked the fire dragon. The fire dragon couldn't get close to the sacred lord of the human demon at all. But all of this was within Lin Feng's expectations. Undoing the array is easy, but breaking it is hard. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. As everyone exclaimed, the two figures instantly disappeared and entered the 7 ultimate heavenly star array. His clone was the one who set up the array for the 7 ultimate heavenly star bead, so he could enter freely and control everything. As for his main body, although he didn't have much to do with his clone, he was already familiar with the 7 ultimate heavenly star array. If he wanted to break the array, it would only take him a few seconds. How hard could it be to enter freely? An array? An array set up by a connate treasure. Amazing. Everyone was in an uproar. They were all knowledgeable people. The 7 ultimate heavenly star bead shone with black light, causing countless saints to be filled with envy as they sighed. TSK. So he has such a treasure. That's why he's so daring. If it were me, I would also dare to fight the sacred lord of the human demon with such an array treasure. Childish. The sacred lord of the human demon is a sacred king. This array can trap him for a while, but it will be broken soon. At that time, this kid is finished. Some were envious, but more were jealous. As the saying went, only mediocre people wouldn't be jealous. Lin Feng's sudden appearance, coupled with the sacred lord of the human demon's trash, had attracted a lot of hatred. But did it matter? A bunch of idiots. Lam Tok Ti's eyes flashed coldly. Lam Tok Ti was filled with disdain when he heard these discussions. If Lin Feng dared to challenge the sacred lord of the human demon with just this array, then he wouldn't be Lin Feng. He still has another move. This son of a bitch is improving so quickly. The old man didn't listen to my advice. This time, he might be at a disadvantage. Lam Tok Ti's eyes sparkled as he thought to himself. Although he was wary of Lin Feng's trump card, he didn't expect the sacred lord of the human demon to lose. After all, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, the gap between their levels was hard to overcome. But was that really the case? The casting of the 7 ultimate heavenly star array was indeed just the beginning. At this moment, the battle really began. Illusion, Will-o'-the-Wisp realm. Lin Feng took the lead to attack. In the array, he had the absolute initiative. That was the greatest power of the 7 ultimate heavenly star array. Although it consumed a lot of star source power, the main body was the main body. No matter how much star source power was consumed, it wouldn't cause any damage to the main body. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he didn't use a killing move right away. However, the power of the combined star technique was still not to be underestimated because it was not only a controlling technique, but also a double-layered attack. Flames mixed with the illusion of the eyes. Oomph! The sacred lord of the human demon humphed. The sound was a little high-pitched and unpleasant to the ears, like the cawing of a crow. The array could block physical attacks, but it couldn't block the power of this sound wave. The instant it spread out, the faces of the cultivators near the challenge stage paled, and they staggered slightly. Very strong. Just the sound waves were already so terrifying. What about Lin Feng, who was close by? Lin Feng's face turned pale. However, it was just a clone. How could he be injured by the holy leader of the human demon? Besides, as the caster of the array, the clone was the one bearing the greatest impact. However, the clone's strongest point wasn't its strength, but its indestructible body. The body of a starry sky powerhouse. Impressive indeed. Lin Feng's eyes glistened. For the first time, his illusion, will-o'-the-wisp realm was so perfectly broken. A Saint King-level cultivator was indeed extraordinary. However, there was no time to hesitate. The sacred lord of the human demon was constantly destroying the array. Although he didn't know anything about array formations, he didn't choose to use his strength at all. Instead, he used the simplest and most straightforward method to break the array by force. Using star source power to attack and brute force to break the array. Using brute force to defeat everything. Even if the sacred lord of the human demon wasn't good at brute force, his star source power was enough to crush Lin Feng. It was a very wise and smart move. He used an illusion against the sacred lord of the human demon. It was broken directly. This little guy is underestimating a sage king too much, isn't he? The array is starting to darken. When the array is broken, he will be defeated. The difference in strength is too great. Although they couldn't see the situation inside the array, it didn't stop them from sensing it. In the battle of illusions, Lin Feng's and the sacred lord of the human demon's auras were released. They could sense it clearly. King Yin, King Zhu, and the others frowned. Although Lin Feng's strength was beyond their expectations, the sacred lord of the human demon was even more unfathomable. It looked like Lin Feng had the upper hand, but that wasn't the case. Lin Feng was only relying on the array to temporarily gain the upper hand. In fact, he was exhausting his star source power for nothing. Once the array was broken, Lin Feng would have no way out. It shouldn't be just this, right? Shun was probably the only one who still had confidence in Lin Feng. Shun's bright eyes were focused on the situation. Although he didn't understand Lin Feng's strength, he had absolute confidence in the heavenly secret sacred lord. Even the heavenly secret sacred lord supported Lin Feng and called him the future human emperor. It couldn't be fake. If you are really the future human emperor, then win this battle and tell everyone. Lin Feng. Shun stood with his hands behind his back. I made a mistake earlier. I wrote Emperor Shun as Emperor Yao. Speaking of which, the real Emperor Yao is still trapped in the Sorcerer Tribe's territory. Thank you for the reminder. There's still 2 more chapters to go. Chapter 1225. 50 seconds. No, if I use my clone, I'll have even less time. If I want to win, I have to do it in one go. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His first probing attack had been completely countered, so he had a general understanding of the human demon Holy Lord's strength. The martial god of the Corvus constellation was probably one of the stronger mid-stage Saint Kings, and he was definitely an old fox. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. His main body roamed around the formation to assist in the attack, while thinking of a solution. Attacking blindly would be useless. There aren't many chances. My biggest advantage isn't the formation or the strength of my clone and main body, but he doesn't know my strength. Lin Feng nodded slowly. Right now, with the help of his clone and the formation, he could barely hold the advantage. Once the formation was broken, there would be no obstacles in front of him, and he would be in a tough battle. He might not lose, but his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 50%, and even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. It wasn't what he wanted. 50 seconds, or even less. I can't win against him in a battle of attrition, so I can only win with explosive power. I'll fight with all my strength in this formation. If I don't succeed, then I'll die trying. If I still can't defeat him when the formation is broken, I'll admit defeat then. Lin Feng quickly made a decision. He could attack or retreat. This was the best solution for him at the moment. He could control his own fate and opportunity. Jalua true body. 100 consecutive fire cannon bullets. Lin Feng's main body moved freely, and he relied on the formation to harass the enemy. This was the attack method that fire spiritualists were best at, guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare wasn't very powerful, but it had a miraculous effect when used with the formation. Lin Feng's main body didn't need to move intentionally, as the 7 ultimate heavenly star formation would move his main body. He just needed to maintain a stable rhythm. Facing the human demon Holy Lord, who was trying to break the formation with brute force, he was like a turtle in a jar. Boom, boom, boom. Flames sparkled as they came into contact with the surrounding fire dragons. Not only did they not collide, but they also attacked without any repulsion. It was very strange, but also very normal. It was as if this had always been the case. The flame-provoking skill can also be used here. Lin Feng was slightly delighted, although he was only using it in an ordinary manner, and he hadn't even fused with the fire dragon's strength. Such an increase in strength was still an unexpected gain. The devouring fire came from all directions, forcing the human demon Holy Lord to do his best to block. His expression was extremely ugly. Perhaps he was able to block it easily, but no one would be happy to be suppressed like this. Come out if you have the guts. The human demon Holy Lord roared as he waved his claws. What kind of man are you to hide like? Mother Faster's cur, come out and fight with me. The human demon Holy Lord roared again and again. Even the saints outside could hear him clearly. They wanted to laugh, but couldn't, but they could clearly sense the miserable state the human demon Holy Lord was in. The people who had just been mocking Lin Feng all curled their lips in disdain. In their opinion, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to show off for long. Soon, the formation would be broken and he would die. However, their jealousy was too strong, and they couldn't bear to see others doing well. How could they consider the benefits of the human demon Holy Lord's victory? 3 attacks, 5 attacks, 10 attacks. Lin Feng didn't stop attacking. Even though he didn't injure the human demon Holy Lord at all, his patience was gradually being worn down. As time passed, the formation became dimmer and dimmer. The clone had used up a lot of astral origin energy. The 7 ultimate heavenly star bead needed astral origin energy to activate, and the 7 ultimate heavenly star formation needed astral origin energy to unleash its power. 15 seconds left. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If we deduct this attack, then there's less than 5 seconds left. Now is the time. Whoosh! Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. The flames in his hand roared, and the devouring fire didn't change at all. However, he was purposely misleading the human demon Holy Lord. Apart from flames and astral origin energy, there was nothing else in this formation. However, the addition of flames wasn't 1 + 1 = 2. Rise! Lin Feng's hands transformed rapidly. At the instant he stopped, the flames of rebirth appeared in his hands. Dazzling light bloomed, but it wasn't used as the main attack. Instead, it gathered rapidly, like a proud phoenix raising its head, the flames shining brightly. Go! Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the rebirth fire gathered together with the devouring fire. As the two intersected, Lin Feng clenched his teeth and released the power of the flames. It wasn't a flame-provoking technique, but a simple and direct support fusion, with the devouring fire as the main and the rebirth fire as the secondary. The devouring fire's power was enhanced once more. At this moment, Vermilion Bird attack, 5%. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Soul power poured out from his mind, converging in an instant and flying out like a fiery red sparrow. Like an illusion, this pure soul energy shot towards the human demon Holy Lord. It was launched later, but arrived first, arriving even faster than the strengthened swallowing flames. What? The human demon Holy Lord's expression changed for the first time. What he was most annoyed and afraid of was undoubtedly Heavenly Soul Masters. In fact, every martial artist was annoyed by Heavenly Soul Masters. Their attacks landed directly in the depths of their soul. Even the weakest Heavenly Soul Master was as troublesome as a leech. If one wanted to kill a Heavenly Soul Master, they would definitely be injured. Furthermore, the injury wasn't the body, but the weakest part of their soul. It wasn't easy to heal. This brat, the human demon Holy Lord, clenched his teeth. He felt that this brat was difficult to deal with. At this moment, he was already regretting. If he had known, he would have listened to his disciple and killed this despicable human. It had only been a few months, but this brat's strength had increased so much. It was beyond his expectations. That old man Tianji's eyesight is really sharp. The human demon Holy Lord's expression was slightly malevolent. The black mist in his claws became denser and denser. At this moment, his killing intent couldn't be stopped. He was determined to kill Lin Feng. This brat couldn't be left alive. Soul attack. Come! The human demon Holy Lord roared. He opened his eyes wide and firmly used his soul protection. Facing the Vermilion Bird's flames, he released a terrifying power. He was a Saint King level existence. In terms of soul attacks, Heavenly Soul Masters couldn't compare to heavenly gods. However, in terms of soul defense, the human soul focused on defense. It wasn't something that the Fate's soul could compare to. The soul item protected the human soul and emitted a milky white light. As a holy king, as a devil from the ancient era, the human demon Holy Lord had countless trump cards. Pung! The soul item flashed and weakened the Vermilion Bird's attack by a lot. Even so, the veins on the human demon Holy Lord's forehead bulged as he roared. This was extremely painful for him. Despicable son of a bitch. I'll tear you to pieces. His roar was like the wail of an evil spirit, causing the surrounding saints to tremble in fear. They only felt the terror of soul touch, but didn't know what was happening. Only the powerful Shun, King Yin, King Lu, and the others could feel it. They were all dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that Lin Feng's strength had reached such a terrifying level. But this was just the beginning. Go! Lin Feng's eyes were ablaze. The flames in front of him arrived in an instant. His control of time was extremely subtle. It was perfect for the Vermilion Bird's attack to find a critical turning point. If it was an ordinary expert, they would find it hard to block. However, the opponent this time wasn't easy to deal with. Scram! Scram! The high-pitched cries and blood-red eyes were like the blood dripping from the crow's eyes. The crazed cries seemed to drive everything away. The surrounding saints hurriedly covered their ears. Many of the slower ones were injured and retreated in fear. Lin Feng's clone's face turned green and his body trembled slightly. At this moment, the human demon Holy Lord's claws turned into a blur. He suddenly turned his body and charged forward. His claw seemed to break the blue sky. Thick black mist mixed together and formed the crow's berserk power. Feint to the east and attack to the west. Brat, you're still too young. The human demon Holy Lord's expression was savage. This claw's power was extremely terrifying. The devouring fire that had fused with the fire of rebirth was 10 times stronger. It instantly clashed with the human demon Holy Lord. However, in terms of strength, it seemed to be slightly weaker. Boom! The human demon Holy Lord's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the flames to be so powerful. However, it was still within his range of resistance. His hands formed into claws, and the black mist was like a crow biting madly. The shocking power caused Lin Feng to groan. His eyes were ablaze. He was pushed back. However, it wasn't over yet. Chi! Lightning flashed everywhere. The rotation of the array and the appearance of the clone were completely unexpected. Different from the main body, the clone was the controller of the array. He could appear anywhere in the array at any time. At this moment, he took advantage of the fact that the human demon Holy Lord was exhausted. Purple light flashed. The amethyst spear carried the clone's remaining power and descended like a thunderstorm. Strength, ferocity, and power appeared. Purple light flashed, and his intent level rose rapidly. The clone wore the lightning slaughter armor, and the power of lightning completely erupted. The amethyst spear was in its strongest state. Don't be happy too early, brat. The human demon, Holy Lord, seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. A black light suddenly appeared, and a craggy shield appeared on his back. There was a clear totem imprint on it, and it emitted a pitch-black light that perfectly blended with the black mist. Earth grade, black grade, Sciention treasure. The human demon Holy Lord was going all out. His eyes glowed as the claw formed by his hands broke through the flames. He was extremely confident. He was going all out, and he displayed shocking power. This exciting battle only lasted for a moment, and the surrounding saints were all intoxicated. They all held their breaths and clenched their fists. Every second counted. Just by looking at the human demon Holy Lord's expression, one could tell that he had absolute confidence in the defensive power of the black grade Sciention treasure behind him. However, the flames in front of him were destroyed, and the human demon Holy Lord's eyes lit up. Lin Feng had appeared once more. Yin Yang Mirror, Yin Yang Mirror. A leisurely voice sounded. The situation suddenly changed. Chapter 12:26. In the air, the mirror shone brightly. The rhombus-shaped light spun, and one of the sides flashed with a strange color. It was right above the Holy Lord of the human demon's head. Whoosh! A triangular light appeared. The clone in the lightning slaughter armor, the yin-yang mirror above his head, and the last point where the yin-yang mirror's light gathered. The light gathered at the bottom of his right leg. With the yin-yang mirror as the apex, the light instantly refracted like glass. Whoosh! Lin Feng's clone behind the Holy Lord of the human demon disappeared without a trace. At the end of the triangle, Lin Feng's doppelganger appeared in a flash. The thunder slaughter armor bloomed with thunderous light, and the purple light of the amethyst spear was so dazzling that it seemed to cover the sky. The doppelganger's strongest attack was combined with the special ability of the yin-yang mirror. At this moment, it came crashing down. Even the array was completely destroyed. It was self-destruction. Lin Feng had gathered all his astral origin energy. He no longer needed to be afraid. At this moment, only the power of this spear was left. He was facing the Holy Lord of the human demon, who had just attacked. Everyone's eyes widened. They had only sensed the aura a moment ago, but now they could clearly see it. Without the array, there was no obstruction. Everyone looked at Lin Feng's powerful spear and the Holy Lord of the human demon, who was at a disadvantage. They didn't know what was going on. Everyone held their breaths. When the terrifying auras collided, their hearts seemed to stop beating. Who was he? How could he be on par with the Holy Lord of the human demon? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Feng anymore. Those who had mocked and ridiculed him a moment ago were now pale and ashamed. King Yin and the other's eyes were burning. King Lu's mouth formed an O shape. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. But Emperor Shun's expression didn't change at all. Not enough. It's still not enough, Shun said to himself, his eyes burning. He knew how strong the Holy Lord of the human demon was. Not enough? It was indeed not enough. The human demon Holy Lord roared hysterically, completely enraged. Although he had been caught off guard, he had completely fallen into Lin Feng's battle rhythm. The spear in front of him was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, and there was simply no way to defend against it. However, the moment the amethyst spear pierced his chest, the human demon Holy Lord's unremarkable black clothes suddenly blossomed with color. Pong! His clothes instantly burst open and turned into a foamy gray shadow, forming a set of black crystalline scale armor. It was also a black class innate treasure, star robe. The human demon Holy Lord was shameless to the extreme. Two defensive treasures. Lin Feng's eyes turned slightly dazed. He hadn't expected this either. The pupils of the main body changed in an instant. At this moment, if he continued to hide his strength, it would be useless. Facing this cautious and despicable human demon Holy Lord, if he couldn't defeat him in one go, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. Because this kind of person was very concerned about their lives, they would never allow themselves to be on the verge of death. Now that the array formation had been broken, there was nothing in front of him. This was a great opportunity for the human demon Holy Lord, and he only had one last chance left. Cheat! The amethyst spear pierced through the human demon Holy Lord. The black star robe couldn't completely block the power of the amethyst spear and could only weaken the attack and defense. Even so, it had already protected the human demon Holy Lord completely. The remaining power of the amethyst spear and star source power could only injure the human demon Holy Lord slightly. Atrocious! Lin Feng was indignant. He knew that his main body's strength had indeed surpassed his clone's. Be it star techniques, mysteries, or other aspects, the clone was inferior to the main body just by relying on talent. At this moment, even if the clone spear moves were sharper, the human demon Holy Lord would definitely be seriously injured even if he had the star robe. However, there were no ifs. At this moment, there was no time for regrets. It was because the enraged human demon Holy Lord had already begun to counterattack. Go to hell! The human demon Holy Lord flew into a rage like an enraged beast. There was no emotion in his eyes at all, and they were blood black. The body that had been pierced through ignored the damage, and the crow star seal on his forehead emitted a black glow. The human demon Holy Lord's claws condensed a dark color, and a terrifying aura descended. Fast, extremely fast. He grabbed Lin Feng's head with his claws. The human demon Holy Lord had already gone crazy. Oh no, it's over. He's dead. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Countless thoughts popped up in their minds, and they no longer dared to look at the horrifying scene of blood splattering everywhere. However, changes were always unexpected. Whoosh! The claws pierced through, but it was a collision of power that made a loud, clanging sound. The human demon Holy Lord's face was distorted with pain, but he seemed to be harming himself. His claws passed through the phantom and collided with Lin Feng, leaving only an afterimage in front of him. Atrocious! The human demon Holy Lord roared hysterically, feeling like he had been completely played by Lin Feng. However, he couldn't say anything. It was because a suffocating pressure appeared in front of him again. The fiery red sparrow appeared with a brighter light than the previous time. It was Lin Feng's soul attack. The human demon Holy Lord humphed coldly. Although he couldn't react in time, he was extremely disdainful because he had already easily blocked the same move. Exhausted, the human demon Holy Lord secretly gathered his soul power, not caring too much. However, at this moment, Emperor Shun and Lam Tok Ti's eyes lit up, especially Lam Tok Ti. His expression changed, becoming extremely unsightly. He staggered back, feeling a sense of distraction. He clenched his teeth, and with a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace while everyone was focused on him. In the face of a great disaster, everyone flew away. Perhaps in Lam Tok Ti's opinion, Lin Feng might not win. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was always good to have some insurance. Vermilion bird attack, 50%. Lin Feng's voice was cold. No one knew, and no one could imagine, that Lin Feng would put everything on the line. In fact, Lin Feng didn't think that he would fight to this extent. There was no way out for him against the human demon, Holy Lord. If he didn't get rid of this person, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Such a cautious and despicable expert was like a poisonous snake spying on him. What a headache. 50% of the vermilion bird attack was the limit. If it were before, he wouldn't be able to use it. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to control it. But now his Vastar had reached the 9th level. His strength had broken through, and he could perfectly use 50% of the vermilion bird attack. If he wanted to, he could even make it a bit stronger. However, there was no need to put himself in such a desperate situation. 50% was enough. Go! Lin Feng's eyes shone with a strange light. The greatest advantage of the vermilion bird attack wasn't its attack power, but that it didn't cause any backlash. Perhaps in terms of attack power, it couldn't even be ranked as one of the strongest eye techniques. However, this no backlash ability was enough to make it one of the strongest eye techniques. Many Heavenly Soul Masters had died from the backlash, injuring the enemy 10,000 but losing 8,000. The vermilion bird attack, on the other hand, didn't have any backlash. It could be said that it was the peak of a Heavenly Soul Master's strength. Boom! It landed in the Holy Lord's head. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The attack this time was completely different from the previous one. 5% and 50% were two completely different things. The difference of 10 times was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was the same vermilion bird attack, but it had a different aura and a different light. If the Holy Lord of the human demon was in his normal state, he would have been able to sense the difference. However, he had been toyed with by Lin Feng time and time again. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He had long since become hysterical and lost his cool. He didn't underestimate Lin Feng. However, he still miscalculated the changes in the battle situation. The Holy Lord of the human demon only realized the power of the vermilion bird attack when it landed in front of him, but it was already too late. In reality, he didn't have much time to prepare. Even if he did, he would have had to endure 50% of the vermilion bird attack. It was one of Lin Feng's strongest attacks. Boom! Boom! His heart was about to collapse. The soul attack was unleashed in that instant. The Holy Lord of the human demon instantly bled from his 7 orifices. The power of the soul artifact hadn't been fully released yet. It could be said that he had used his human soul to take Lin Feng's attack head-on. To him, this was a very deep injury. Luckily, he still had the soul artifact as a buffer. Luckily, his human soul and will were strong enough. He was only heavily injured. The Holy Lord of the human demon hadn't died yet. Wah! He roared in anger like a dying beast. The Holy Lord of the human demon's aura continued to leak out. The terrifying power seemed like it was going to raze everything to the ground. The saints all had ugly expressions as they retreated. The power of a Saint King was truly terrifying. Even the heavily injured Holy Lord of the human demon was still extremely strong. However, Shun, King Yin, King Lu, and the others were all stunned. Any experienced martial artist could see that this was just a smokescreen. The Holy Lord of the human demon was an arrow at the end of its flight. He only wanted to use this to intimidate Lin Feng and gain some time to breathe. He wanted a bit more time, even if it was just an instant. But how could Lin Feng let go of such a great opportunity? He had planned for so long and waited for so long. Wasn't it all for this situation? You've lost, Lin Feng's eyes shone. Although they had dimmed by 50%, one could still feel the confidence in them. At this moment, his confidence had completely changed, turning into the fruit of victory. Facing the Holy Lord of the human demon's fake defense, Lin Feng's devouring flame gathered stellar origin energy. It spun like a hurricane, and the flames of rebirth appeared. Provoking flame, the most powerful flame, extremely dazzling. Die! Lin Feng's expression was calm, but the flames in his hands shook the heavens. Devouring flame, stellar origin energy, and flames of rebirth. The three perfectly fused. Even if it was just for a short moment, it was already enough. The fire was like lightning, like a cloud of fire descending from the heavens. With the power of a hurricane, It howled and fell where the holy lord of the human demon was, swallowing up the darkness. Boom! Chapter 12:27. It was over. Everything was over. The surrounding crowd stared at this scene with their mouths agape, dumbstruck. At this moment, Lin Feng's figure was as tall as the sky. What did they just see? They had witnessed the birth of this miracle with their own eyes. That unknown young man had killed the infamous Holy Lord of the human demon with his saint-level strength. What kind of shock was that? Who could have imagined this before the battle? That was a demon from the primordial era, a terrifying existence that had survived the second war of the liches and demons. But now he had been completely defeated by a young man. He didn't even have the strength to fight back and was beaten from head to toe. It was simply torture. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with admiration, regret, and blushing faces. All kinds of complicated emotions. It was silent. Emperor Shun put his hands behind his back, a satisfied smile on his face. Although Lin Feng's performance was within his expectations, it was also beyond his expectations. King Yin, King Zhu, King Lu, and the other experts looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Their hearts were filled with shock. Too powerful. Lin Feng's strength was extremely terrifying. That back view looked so proud and aloof, as if it was high and mighty. A person stood. The flames were still burning on this land. The raging flames were extremely oppressive, as if they could destroy everything. But they couldn't destroy a person. After a long while, Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly and smiled bitterly. Would someone bring 3 types of defensive treasures? Lin Feng was both angry and amused. He had finally seen someone like that. That person was the Holy Lord of the human demon. Not only did he have 3 types of defensive treasures, but he also had a golden special life-saving treasure. He was a weirdo among weirdos. He had never seen such a cultivator before. Moreover, he was a famous Saint King realm cultivator who cherishes life so much. His cautiousness had already reached the point of chi deviation. He couldn't sense his aura anymore. If he really killed him, many of his connate treasures would become ownerless. But now, there was none. The answer was simple. The human demon Holy Lord was still alive. Despite his meticulous arrangements, he still managed to escape and preserve his life. As expected of the Holy Lord of the human demon, an old fox who has lived for an entire generation. Being able to survive the second war of the liches and demons, betraying the human race, and still living such a good life, I really have to admire him. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Even though he was an enemy and not a friend, the strength of the holy leader of the human demon had indeed taught him a lesson. Never underestimate your enemy. Although he'd won by a fluke today, that didn't mean he was stronger than the human demon Holy Lord. In fact, this battle wasn't a slaughter at all. It was just that the Holy Lord of the human demon didn't know his own strength and was suppressed one after another. Of course, this was mainly due to the formation. Even if he took a wrong step, he would be counterattacked by the human demon Holy Lord. At that time, it was hard to say who would die. However, there are no ifs. He had indeed won, even though he was unable to eliminate the source of the problem. He is indeed cautious and timid. Actually, even if he didn't run for his life and continue to fight, my chances of winning were very slim. Even if he was heavily injured, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He was very clear in his heart. The human demon Holy Lord had underestimated him. But hadn't he underestimated him too? He was much stronger than he'd imagined. Without the formation to rely on, and with the Vermilion Bird attack draining 55% of his soul power and his clone unable to fight, it would be very difficult for him to win against the heavily injured human demon Holy Lord. Especially since the human demon Holy Lord could drag him down to hell with him. After all, the human demon Holy Lord was a mid-tier holy king. As long as he didn't take his last breath, who would dare to underestimate him? What a pity. Lin Feng shook his head. If the human demon Holy Lord had been like a true martial artist, he would have been much stronger. he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state, hated by everyone. Too strong. Did you see the flames just now? How terrifying. Not only that, the Heavenly Soul Master's attack was the most important. He completely destroyed the human demon Holy Lord's final defense. If you ask me, I'd say the formation is the most powerful. The human demon Holy Lord was already suppressed by the formation. He had the situation under control. One wrong step and the entire game fell apart. The human demon Holy Lord lost because of the accumulation of attacks. The battle was over. But to everyone present, this was just the beginning. They were excitedly discussing the battle and had long forgotten that they didn't think highly of Lin Feng and were mocking him. Many times, people were like this. They flattered the strong and trampled on the weak. But from everyone's expressions, they didn't seem to be jealous of Lin Feng anymore. Too strong. That's a holy king. Come on, he was still defeated by us saints. The key is still strength. That's right. Look at how Lin Feng is unharmed and easily won. Lin Feng's strength was undeniable. Although no one knew how he defeated the human demon Holy Lord, everything that happened before them couldn't be fake. That mysterious feeling made Lin Feng seem even more unfathomable. It was as if he still had a lot of hidden strength that he hadn't used yet. But Lin Feng was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Defeating the human demon Holy Lord was far more difficult than they had imagined. He fled very quickly. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the area where Lam Tok Ti had been. Although they hadn't spoken to each other or even exchanged glances, Lin Feng had sensed his presence the moment he entered. He was sure that Lin Feng had sensed his presence as well. The enmity between them had already reached the point where one of them had to die. The moment the human demon Holy Lord fled, Lin Feng lost track of Lam Tok Ti's aura. What did that mean? Treacherous and sinister as always. Lin Feng murmured inwardly. She actually ran away before the outcome of the battle has been decided. She and the human demon Holy Lord are a perfect match. He sighed, knowing that he had lost a great opportunity to get rid of them. If Lam Tok Ti hadn't fled when the human demon Holy Lord was defeated, Lin Feng definitely wouldn't have let him go. Even if he had to suffer more injuries, he would still kill them all. But Lam Tok Ti was too vigilant. If he's as strong as the human demon Holy Lord, I'll be in big trouble. But with his current strength, he won't be much of a threat to me. The real trouble is the human demon Holy Lord. Lin Feng's eyes burned. He felt like he had been stabbed. Without a doubt, the human demon Holy Lord would make a comeback. Whether or not Lin Feng could win the next time was unknown. I didn't think that the matter of the God Palace would be resolved so soon. Now that there's another human demon Holy Lord, it seems the path to the human emperor is always so difficult. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The matter of the God Palace was forced to compromise because of his mother's strength. But the human demon Holy Lord had to deal with it himself. But there was no need to think too much. He would deal with whatever came his way. Since he could win against the human demon Holy Lord once, he would naturally be able to win against the human demon Holy Lord again as his strength increased. Come, I'll wait for you. Lin Feng looked into the distance. His eyes burned. A path without challenges and dangers wasn't suitable for him. Only with pressure could he move forward. Huff, huff. The sound of heavy breathing was like that of a beast on the verge of death. The human demon Holy Lord was covered in blood. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a devil. The blood-red figure was tenacious and ferocious. His ugly face was even more disgusting at this moment. He staggered and fell on the grass. The human demon Holy Lord grabbed the grass with both hands, trembling violently. Damn it! Goddamn son of a bitch! The human demon Holy Lord's chest rose and fell rapidly. His aura was barely discernible. He was seriously injured. In truth, Lin Feng had underestimated the power of the flame provocation. More importantly, it was the deterrence. The vermilion bird's attack and the flame provocation had heavily injured the human demon Holy Lord. Although it wasn't enough to kill him, it had made the human demon Holy Lord lose all his courage. Originally, The human demon Holy Lord was as timid as a mouse, even if he had to pay a heavy price for it. A golden innate treasure similar to the blood escape had ignited the human demon Holy Lord's blood in exchange for escaping. Wait until I recover. I'll definitely beat you down to the 18th level of hell. The human demon Holy Lord roared with a hoarse voice. His terrifying voice was filled with rage. The surrounding mutated beasts fled in all directions. The wilderness was desolate and quiet. Although he said that, the human demon Holy Lord wasn't confident. This time, not only was his body heavily injured, his soul was also heavily injured. Recovering was easier said than done. His trembling body didn't have any strength left. At this moment, the human demon Holy Lord's body was stiff and numb. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even innate treasures were the same. Being powerful could only weaken the after effects. It couldn't be erased. 30 seconds. The human demon Holy Lord's eyes flashed coldly. He could only try his luck. Not only was his body numb, he couldn't move at all like a corpse. The only thing that didn't change was his body strength. He was still a sacred king. Not to mention mutated beasts. Even divine beasts might not be able to injure him. Moreover, after 30 seconds, he would recover a bit of Yuan Qi. At that time, he would have nothing to fear. 25 seconds. 22 seconds. 20 seconds. The human demon Holy Lord counted in his heart. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Normally, these 30 seconds would pass by in the blink of an eye, but right now, every second felt like a year to him. The human demon Holy Lord felt a rare nervousness, and his heart beat faster. He finally felt a sense of uncertainty. It was as if the gears of fate were loosening. 17 seconds. 15 seconds. 13 seconds. 10 seconds left. The human demon Holy Lord's eyes lit up. 2/3 of the time had passed. He was only 10 seconds away from escaping danger. But whoosh! A black figure inexplicably appeared in front of him. The human demon Holy Lord's heart skipped a beat, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. It was a human martial artist standing in front of him, blocking his line of sight. Raising his head with difficulty, the human demon Holy Lord clenched his teeth. He wanted to see who it was. His eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 1228. Familiar clothes, familiar figure. That's, Master, you're really here. Lamb Tok T bent down and smiled. Huff, letting out a long sigh. The human demon Holy Lord relaxed. Just a moment ago, he thought it was Lin Feng chasing after him. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. After coming back to his senses, the human demon Holy Lord frowned and looked at Lamb Tok T. How did you know I was here? Because Master used the blood-black lava. Lamb Tok T replied with a smile. A special golden innate treasure, the blood-black lava. Confusion flashed through the human demon Holy Lord's eyes. How did you know? Even though they were master and disciple, there were many things the human demon Holy Lord didn't tell Lamb Tok T, including his innate treasures and life-saving methods. Because his personality was too cowardly, he was always on guard against everyone. Lamb Tok T smiled. Master, do you really think your luck in the ancient array is better than mine? His voice was very calm, but Lamb Tok T's next words made the human demon Holy Lord's expression change greatly. His heart trembled. In an instant, he understood. There should be 3 seconds left, right? Lamb Tok T's eyes flashed. He smiled at the human demon Holy Lord. Unfortunately, these 3 seconds will never end. You. A chill ran down the human demon Holy Lord's spine. Horror flashed through his eyes. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Chi. A golden hand passed through everything. Lamb Tok T's eyes were filled with calmness. Killing people was as simple as eating to him, even if that person was his master. Blood splattered everywhere, but the strange thing was it was instantly absorbed by the golden light. Hua! Lamb Tok T's eyes were filled with a strange light. It was as if he was possessed by a demon. The golden hand that pierced through the human demon Holy Lord's body was like a bridge connecting them. The color of blood filled the air. The golden light and the black mist blended together, as if they were being tightly entangled by maggots. "You didn't expect this, did you, old man?" Lam Tok T's eyes shone brightly, the smile still on his face. Behind him, the phoenix formed from his constellation flickered in and out of existence. It seemed to be struggling in agony, just like the twitching expression on Lam Tok T's face. However, the golden light in his right hand was completely dazzling. At the same time, the human demon Holy Lord's body was shrinking. The blood drained from his skin, and his body seemed to have shrunk. It was inexplicably strange. That day, you and I entered the ancient formation together, but the one who was truly blessed was me, not you. Lam Tok T Jia laughed strangely, his laughter full of pride and arrogance. "This blood-black lava was specially gifted to you by me. I thought I would have to wait a long time for this day, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon." "The heavens are really helping me. Hiss, hiss, hiss." The bloody light was dense, and the human demon Holy Lord's blood was completely absorbed by the golden light. The golden arm had completely fused with Lam Tok T's right hand, and a blood-colored mist shrouded it. At this moment, a black mark slowly appeared on Lam Tok T's forehead. The phoenix constellation behind him was getting dimmer and dimmer, almost to the point of nothingness. It seemed to be fusing with the human demon Holy Lord. Time slowly flowed by. The human demon Holy Lord's body was getting smaller and smaller, as if all his energy had been sucked out, leaving only his skin. As for the resplendent golden light, it transmitted all of its power to Lin Kuan. At this moment, the phoenix constellation behind Lin Kuan had already disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by a resplendent black star imprint on her forehead. His aura was rising uncontrollably. A black mist wrapped tightly around Lam Tok T's body. "Exhale, inhale." Lin Kuan took a long breath and closed his eyes tightly, as if a demon was slowly being born. The golden light on his right arm had already disappeared, and his right hand had returned to normal. Lin Kuan's ferocious expression had turned calm, leaving only a cold and ruthless expression that carried an untamed valiance. "Ha!" He opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. "I didn't expect the vast star pupil to not disappear after swapping souls. This special doesn't seem to belong to the category of soul. This is an unexpected gain." Muttering to himself, Lam Tok T clenched his fists, and a cold smile appeared on his face. His aura had increased by more than 100 times. Stretching out his right hand, he instantly formed a claw, and a streak of black starlight appeared. The star mark on his forehead shone brightly. It wasn't the Phoenix constellation star mark, but the Crow constellation's star mark, which was exactly the same as the human demon Holy Lord's. Chi, like being devoured, the human demon Holy Lord's skin instantly turned into nothingness. His power was devoured, his star origin power was absorbed, and even his soul was taken by Lam Tok T. The human demon Holy Lord's soul had been destroyed. He would never have thought that after living for an entire generation and surviving so many bloody battles, he would die at the hands of his only disciple. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. It was already destined. Is this the power of a sacred king? Lam Tok T's eyes flashed with surprise. "Ha!" Clenching his fists, Lam Tok T's lips curled up in satisfaction. Very strong. He liked it a lot. "Thank you, old man. You gave me a new life and left me so many good things." Lam Tok T waved his right hand and put away all the Khanate treasures left behind by the human demon Holy Lord. However, he shook his head in surprise. What's the point of so many defensive treasures? Cowardly as a mouse, greedy for life and afraid of death. But don't worry, old man, I'll definitely avenge you. Lin Feng, he won't live for long. The next time we meet, I'll make sure he dies miserably. Ha ha. Laughing, Lam Tok T swaggered off. On the challenge stage, With the human demon Holy Lord's defeat, Lin Feng was now the champion of the arena. The one-year period of the battle for the throne quickly came to an end. Although Lin Feng had only won one battle, he was still standing on the stage when the time was up. Naturally, Lin Feng could advance to the final battle and become the seventh qualified successor to the throne. Would anyone come up to challenge him? The answer was obviously no. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Lin Feng's battle was still vivid in their minds. Who would be so foolish as to come up and throw away their lives? Although Lin Feng was only at the peak of the saint level, being able to defeat the human demon Holy Lord, who was a Saint King, was enough to prove that Lin Feng's strength had reached the Saint King level. It was very rare. However, it was real. The Saint King level was invincible in the current human territory. Time passed very quickly. Amidst the heated discussion, under the respectful gazes of the crowd, the bell rang. No one thought that Lin Feng had only won one battle because the value of this battle was too high. Even if there was still a day, a month, or even longer before the end, it would be a waste of time. After seeing the shocking battle between Lin Feng and the human demon Holy Lord, no one would have the courage to challenge Lin Feng. They weren't on the same level at all. Congratulations, Lin Feng. Shun jumped up and landed on the stage, reaching out his hand. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled and shook Shun's hand. He knew that Shun didn't mean to congratulate him for advancing to the final battle, but for passing this stage. The final battle in 7 days didn't have much meaning. Shun knew it, he knew it, and the others knew it too. In the current southern region, he was invincible. It was only a matter of time before he became the lord of the southern region. 7 days. There were only 7 days left. He would truly become the lord of the southern region and take the first step to becoming the human emperor, as the heavenly secret Saint Lord had said. It seems that many people know you. Shun smiled and looked down at the audience. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He already knew it when he saw the situation, but I still have something to do, Lin Feng said softly. He smiled and said, I'll take my leave first, Emperor Shun. Okay, Shun smiled. Don't forget about it in 7 days. Don't worry. Lin Feng nodded. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the crowd and nodded slightly. Then, he took a step forward and soared into the sky. In a split second, many people sighed in pity. It was too late for them to get to know Lin Feng. Even King Yin and King Zhu had regretful looks on their faces, especially King Yin. Lin Feng was from the Vermilion Bird Continent, which was under his jurisdiction. He was well aware of Lin Feng's increase in strength and his outstanding performance in the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition. However, he didn't expect Lin Feng to improve so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of King Yin. It was unbelievable. Bang! King Yan's head suddenly exploded. His expression changed, and he was stunned. Master! He suddenly remembered what his master, Emperor Yao, did back then. He paid so much attention to the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition. Could it be for Lin Feng? So, Master had already expected this. King Yin was extremely shocked, but he was the one who realized it later. King Lu was probably the one who felt the most complicated among everyone present. Previously, he wanted to snatch the position of the Lord of the Southern region. However, after Lin Feng appeared, he no longer had a chance. In fact, everyone knew that this position was already taken by Lin Feng. Although he felt regretful, King Lu was also glad. He probably had the best relationship with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng seems to have some relationship with Shun. Oh, I'll find a chance to test him in the future. King Lu thought for a while and nodded. This battle was too sensational. To Lin Feng, this was a decisive battle. It decided his status. Not only his status in the southern region, but also in the hearts of all the martial saints. At this moment, no one would look down on him or wonder what his name was. Because of this battle, everything changed. Martial saints were arrogant. The only thing that could make them submit was strength. Strength to the extreme. Why couldn't Shun convince the masses? Why was it so peaceful when Emperor Yao was on the throne? In the end, it was because of strength. Martial saints, even those at the peak of the martial saint realm, were still lacking. However, it was different for the martial saint realm. It was a real gap. Why was Lin Feng able to make King Yin, King Lu, and the others submit? It was because of this. When the gap in strength reached an unreachable level, the competitive spirit would naturally disappear. At this moment, Lin Feng was indeed very busy. He wasn't being perfunctory. At this time, other than the end of the imperial throne competition, there was also another matter that came to an end. Chapter 1229. Vermilion Bird Mirror. It was packed with people, and cheers could be heard everywhere. The clear ranking of the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition finally came to an end, and the rankings were fixed on the big screen. Today was not only the end of the Emperor Throne competition, but it was also the end of the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition. However, compared to the Emperor Throne competition, the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition was much smaller. One was the competition for the position of the strongest saint in the southern region and the future emperor of the southern region. The other was only the competition for the rising stars of the Vermilion Bird Continent, one of the 9 provinces of the southern region. However, at this moment, there was already an intersection point in the unseen world. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Thunderous shouts could be heard everywhere. On the ranking, Lin Feng was ranked first. Even though he had been away for a year, Lin Feng's ranking had not changed at all. He was like a high and mighty emperor. More than 100 million points, which was many times more than the record of the competition. It was extremely exaggerated. The original record was only 19.5 million. Lin Feng's score was as high as 118 million. No one could shake this score, including the second place, Qian Lian Huang, who had also broken the competition record. Her score of 55 million was second place, far surpassing Shi Jixin, who was ranked third. The two of them were fully deserving of the title of champion and runner-up. On the contrary, Tseng Run, who had been ranked third for a very long time, had fallen to sixth place, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Oh, Lin Feng hovered in the air, looking at the big screen with sparkling eyes. It seems like this person called Zhu Rumeng has also broken through to the saint stage, Lin Feng thought to himself as he looked at the familiar name in fifth place. Even though he had not interacted with her before, her name was still fresh in his mind. After all, she was the one who had eliminated his wife, Yuma. However, she had won fair and square, and there was no grudge between them. As expected, they have all succeeded. Lin Feng's gaze shifted upwards as he smiled faintly. On the big screen, the names in third and fourth place were two names that he was quite familiar with, Shi Jixin and Jin Ji. Regardless of aptitude or strength, it wasn't difficult for the two of them to break through to the saint realm. Even if they didn't break through in the land of miracles, it was only a matter of time before they became saints after coming out. As he thought about it, suddenly, wah, light flashed. Accompanied by the cheers of the crowd, the passage opened. One by one, the cultivators, who had been tempered and reborn, rushed out with smiles on their faces. 3 years in this land of miracles, which was full of fortuitous encounters and opportunities, was enough for everyone to advance to the next level. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he recalled Wing, refined puppet, and the 100 poison-colored python. The increase in their strength was not small. This was especially true for Lian Su. He was the weakest among them all, but in this short period of time, he had improved by leaps and bounds. He had truly been reborn. Part of the reason was that he had spent a lot of money on training him, but he also had to be talented and capable. Refining Puppet had been growing faster after reaching the Star Lord level, even surpassing Wing. Comprehension. Lin Feng understood that this was the key to reaching the Star Lord level. Back then, he had known in the Black Mist Demonic Dragon Valley that Lian Su was very smart. He stood out among the Black Mist Demonic Dragons that had yet to transform. Perhaps his aptitude wasn't the best, but with his intelligence and hard work, he had finally transformed. He believed that after reaching the Star Domain level, Lian Su would reach the peak again in a very short time and enter the Saint Realm. I wonder who will be faster, him or the 100 poison-colored python? Lin Feng smiled faintly. The 100 poison-colored python was now at the peak of the star domain level, but it was very difficult for him to break through. After all, he was restricted by the astral treasure rainbow staff. It had once been an advantage to him, but now it had become his biggest restriction. As for Wing, his strength should be about the same as Hongling's. He will definitely be a good helper in the future. Lin Feng nodded. He was very happy with Wing's improvement. He had improved even more than he had imagined. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned his head slightly. In the distance, a fiery red figure came quickly with a strong saint presence. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He smiled and nodded at the person. King Yin. He had almost forgotten that he was the one who had organized the Vermilion Bird Challenge. And this place was also his territory. King Yin was also surprised to see Lin Feng. He nodded in response. Then, he came back to his senses and looked at the big screen in the distance. He couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng's performance in the Emperor Throne competition made him completely forget that Lin Feng had also participated in this year's Vermilion Bird Challenge. 3 years. It's only been 3 years. What a change. I heard that Lin Feng also participated in the qualifiers and the preliminaries. At that time, he was only a Star Lord? Shaking his head, King Yin found it hard to believe. His strength had improved so fast that it made him feel ashamed. In the past, he wouldn't even look at Lin Feng. But now, he was standing at a place he couldn't reach. He was comparable to a Saint King. Phew! King of Flame heaved a sigh of relief and took a deep breath. He looked at the big screen again. Looking at the names and the last points, his eyes suddenly lit up. 6th place, Tsangren. Saint. The points of the top 6 were far ahead. All of them had more than 10 million points. It was almost certain that in this year's Vermilion Bird Challenge, there would be a lot of saints. Great danger must be accompanied by great opportunity. The third war of liches and demons is about to break out. Our human race seems to have changed greatly. It's hard to imagine. King Yin was shocked. After so many years of the Vermilion Bird Challenge, there were very few warriors who could reach the level of Saint Jinji, but this time, however, there were as many as 6 of them. It was extremely abnormal. No wonder the stars are like this. A giant star stands proudly, surrounded by 5 brilliant stars. It's fated. King Yin looked into the distance and said softly, "It's here." Lin Feng looked down and smiled. The first to enter his eyes was Jinji. He was dressed in gray and had 2 daggers at his waist. His upright temperament was like that of a real warrior, showing off his ability. He was completely different from the traditional Earth attribute martial artists who were steady and steady. After a year, he hadn't changed much. No, his aura had become much stronger. It was completely different from before. "I'm the one who changed," Lin Feng said. He knew that his strength and state of mind were completely different from when he was in the Sparrow King prison. After the battle with the Holy Lord of the Human Demon, he was now completely sure that his strength had reached the level of a Saint King. Swoosh! His eyes brightened, and a soul aura shot toward Jinji. Jinji's expression changed as he reflexively raised his head. His eyes immediately lit up as a smile appeared on his cold face. In a split second, he leaped into the air with a whoosh, causing the surrounding martial artists to cry out in surprise. "Brother Lin," Jinji said with a smile. "Don't come. You too, Brother Jin." "Congratulations," Lin Feng said with a smile. Their fists collided. They were friends who had gone through life and death together. The friendship between men didn't need to be explained. After leaving the Sparrow King prison, I improved a lot. Jinji's eyes lit up. He clenched his fist confidently. "How about it, Brother Lin? Are you interested in a competition?" Jinji was full of confidence after breaking through to the Saint Realm. "Now," Lin Feng said with a bitter smile. "I'm afraid it's not the right time." As he said that, he pointed at the entrance. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Look, another acquaintance is coming out." "Wow, so beautiful. Who is she? Why haven't I seen her before?" A commotion broke out in the surroundings. Everyone stared at a slim girl with neat bangs. She had a fairy tale-like appearance, and her skin was like carved jade. As if she felt Lin Feng's gaze, the girl with neat bangs raised her head slightly. She looked at the two above and smiled sweetly. She revealed her charming dimples, causing the surrounding people to drool. Swoosh! With a flash, the girl with neat bangs landed in front of Lin Feng and Jin Ji. She said with a smile, "I'm here." Her clear voice was as pleasant as an oriole's. Although her appearance had changed, her smile and her voice didn't change at all. She was Shi Jixin, who was like a porcelain doll back then. Now, she had completely grown up. She was youthful and beautiful. "Long time no see," Lin Feng said with a smile. "So slow." Jin Ji pouted. Shi Jixin snorted at Jin Ji. She turned to look at Lin Feng and pursed her lips. "Linda, what about me?" Lin Feng said with a smile. Shi Jixin's beautiful eyes flickered. She pursed her lips. "You seem different." "You're different too," Lin Feng said with a smile. The Shi Jixin in front of him and the porcelain doll back then were like two different people. However, he wasn't surprised. Shi Jixin had used her secret in the land of immortals. Back then, she had suddenly grown up and was exactly the same as now. Of course, Shi Jixin pouted and clenched her fists. "I'm not afraid of those stinky, heavenly dogs anymore." Lin Feng smiled. He knew how much the battle in the land of immortals affected Shi Jixin. This was the first time the little girl had experienced such a dangerous situation. She almost lost her life. "Are you still afraid of snakes?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Ah." Hearing this, Shi Jixin's face instantly paled. She looked panicked, causing Lin Feng and Jin Ji to burst into laughter. "Linda, Shi Jixin pouted. The three's laughter attracted the envy of the surrounding people. "Let's go," Jin Ji said happily. "Let's find a place to celebrate." "I agree." Shi Jixin raised her hand and agreed impatiently, as if she was still a child. Feeling the two's gazes, Lin Feng smiled. "I'm fine with it. However, we're waiting for a friend." There was another one. Shi Jixin and Jin Ji exchanged glances. They couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is it, Linda?" Just as they were about to speak, they suddenly felt a familiar aura descend. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He pointed forward and smiled. "She's out." Chapter 1230. Shi Jixin and Jin Ji immediately looked over, and their eyes lit up. It was a woman dressed in martial attire. She had short hair and looked valiant, but it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Her eyes were as bright as pearls, and her skin was as white as snow. The tight martial attire accentuated her exquisite curves perfectly. She had a perky chest, plump thighs, and a slender waist. She was extremely sexy, but her sexiness was unattainable, as distant as an iceberg. Thousand Love Emperor, the runner-up of the Vermilion Bird Challenge competition. With her strength, if she hadn't met Lin Feng, who was even more abnormal, she would have been the champion of any Vermilion Bird Challenge competition. At this moment, she had thousands of honors. However, fate often played tricks on people. Meeting Lin Feng was a misfortune for Thousand Love Emperor, but at the same time, it was also a kind of luck. Without Lin Feng, her success rate of breaking through to the Saint Realm would not exceed 1%. But now she had succeeded. Although she lost her reputation, in exchange, she gained true power and a bright future. In the blink of an eye, Thousand Love Emperor appeared in front of Lin Feng and the other two. Shi Jixin and Jin Ji didn't even see Thousand Love Emperor raise her head. Even in the vast sea of people, Thousand Love Emperor's senses were outstanding. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Feng. The two looked at each other and smiled. "Congratulations, you've finally broken through to the Saint Realm," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Still not as good as you." Thousand Love Emperor's words were simple and powerful. Compared to Shi Jixin and Jin Ji, she could feel Lin Feng's hidden aura more clearly. The two short words made Shi Jixin and Jin Ji a little confused. Breaking through to the Saint Realm? Thousand Love Emperor had reached the legendary breaking through to the Saint Realm. What was even more ridiculous was that Thousand Love Emperor, who had always been arrogant, was willing to say still not as good as you after breaking through to the Saint Realm. How strong was Lin Feng? How did you know each other? Jin Ji asked. Just like you, no discord, no concord, Lin Feng said honestly and shrugged. The first time I lost very badly. Shi Jixin and Jin Ji nodded, not surprised at all. The young experts of their generation all set Thousand Love Empress as their goal and did their best to chase after her. That was an existence with the highest aptitude. Only this first time, Thousand Love Emperor's beautiful eyes flickered. I thought that I had made great progress in the past year. However, it seems that not only did I not close the gap with you, I even widened it a little. This time, Shi Jixin and Jin Ji completely understood what he was trying to say. Lin Feng was much stronger than Thousand Love Emperor. Lin Feng felt rather helpless when he saw everyone's gazes converging on him. He was about to speak. Suddenly, everyone be quiet. A deep and oppressive voice descended like a cloud. The previously joyous clamor instantly turned into absolute silence. Everyone turned their gazes towards the source of the voice and immediately saw a proud figure clad in fiery red armor standing high above the huge screen. A pair of flashing eyes were like blazing flames that were blooming. His aura was extremely mighty and powerful. I am King Yen. The voice was not loud, but resounded in everyone's heart and could not be calmed down for a long time. King Yen? Who was King Yen? He was the top expert who controlled the entire Vermilion Bird region. Gasps could be heard. Although most of the warriors here had never seen King Yen before, King Yen's name was widely known. It was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the warriors in the Vermilion Bird region. There was no one who did not know about him. At this moment, the legendary figure was standing in front of them, alive and well. Wow, he is King Yen. Jin Ji's eyes lit up. He is father's boss? He is indeed more imposing than father. Shi Jixin praised. Thousand Love Empress looked over, but did not say anything. On the other hand, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't understand why the Flame King would reveal his identity here. He did not understand. Suddenly, Hua, a gaze shot over. Lin Feng and King Yan's eyes met, and their hearts skipped a beat. It seemed like something was related to him. Here, I would like to introduce someone to everyone. King Yan's voice sounded. Lin Feng knew that something was wrong. At this moment, if he still did not know what King Yan was planning, he would be too stupid. However, it was too late for him to react. Following King Yan's gaze, he saw that tens of thousands of eyes were on him, including Thousand Love Empress, Shi Jixin, and Jin Ji. They were all curious. Oh no! Lin Feng smiled bitterly. King Yan's voice resounded in the air. He is Lin Feng. His voice was loud and clear, causing an uproar. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. He had become the target of public criticism, and he had to show up even if he wanted to. Thousand Love Empress and the other two tactfully retreated a little, leaving an empty space. I believe everyone knows him. He is the champion of this year's Vermilion Bird Challenge, and also the champion of the previous Weapon Master competition. He is now the vice president of the Zhuke Chao Refiners Union. King Yen had a rare smile on his face as he introduced. However, there is something that you might not know. His voice was slow, but it was enough to whet everyone's appetite. Everyone should have paid attention to the battle for the throne that was held not long ago. In the preliminary round that just ended, Lin Feng defeated the Holy Lord of the Human Demon and became the 7th martial artist to enter the final round. He is one of the heirs to the throne of the southern region. There was complete silence. Everyone present stared at each other with wide eyes, incomparably shocked. Ordinary martial artists naturally did not know who the Holy Lord of the Human Demon was, but they knew clearly about the battle for the throne. This was the biggest battle that had swept the entire southern region. The winner would become the ruler of the southern region and lead the entire southern region. What kind of status and power was that? Many saints had competed against him, but they had all been defeated. However, Lin Feng had become the seventh martial artist to enter the final round. It was extremely shocking. In an instant, boom, it completely erupted. Everyone was discussing with each other, and shouts rang out continuously. This was definitely big news. So powerful. I heard that almost all the saints from the Vermilion Bird continent were defeated. Only King Yin advanced. Not only that, only 7 people advanced. Our Vermilion Bird continent took 2, and the other 8 continents only had 5 spots left. In other words, 3 continents did not even get a single spot. This Lin Feng is too powerful. He has just broken through to the saint level, and he can already look down on everyone. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone looked at him in a completely different light. He had become famous. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Even if he did not want to be high profile, King Yin had taken the opportunity to pull him to his side. Even Thousand Love Emperor and the other 2 looked at him differently, especially Jinji, whose mouth had formed an O shape. Lindigo, you're too powerful. Shi Xin's eyes were shining. Brother Lin, you really scared people to death. You're one of the successors of the southern region's throne. Jinji shook his head speechlessly. I wanted to compete with you, but I think I would lose miserably. Not only would you lose miserably, you're not even on the same level. Thousand Love Emperor said slowly. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Lin Feng. You really defeated the Holy Lord of the Human Demon? Lin Feng nodded lightly. I was lucky. Thousand Love Emperor smiled. You're being humble again. Indeed, Lin Feng said casually. He was not being humble. If they fought again, he was not confident that he could defeat the Holy Lord of the Human Demon. Even if you were lucky, it's still quite amazing. Thousand Love Emperor's beautiful eyes flashed. How strong is he? Early Holy King or Intermediate Holy King? Intermediate Holy King, Lin Feng answered honestly. Thousand Love Emperor sighed, closed her eyes, and shook her head. After a long time, she said, I thought the distance between us was just a little bit. I didn't expect it to be a whole level. Thousand Love Empress stared at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes flashing with a myriad of emotions, as though she wanted to see through him. She stared at him without blinking, causing Lin Feng to feel somewhat embarrassed. Shi Xin and Jinji were already stunned. Although they did not know who the Holy Lord of the Human Demon was, they understood that he was an intermediate Holy King. Did they hear it wrong? The Holy Lord of the Human Demon was an intermediate Holy King, and Lin Feng had defeated him. It was too shocking. The 3 of them were not the only ones who were shocked. The martial artists below were already boiling. Under the Flame King's deliberate propaganda, Lin Feng had now become the great hero of the Vermilion Bird continent. Everyone's hope was there. After all, who didn't want a martial artist from their own continent to become the ruler of the southern region? Lin Feng had become famous. It's a long story. Let's go and find a place to tell you. Lin Feng looked at the 3 curious babies with a helpless expression. Forget it. He could not hide it from them. The competition for the throne would continue. Even if they did not know now, they would know in 7 days. At that time, he would definitely become the true lord of the southern region. This path was already set. Looking at the excited crowd below, Lin Feng looked at King Yin and nodded. In fact, he knew King Yan's intentions. Even if he did not do this, he would not treat the Vermilion Bird continent badly. After all, this was his starting point and where his family was. Moreover, when he became the lord of the southern region in the future, he would treat everyone as equal as the kingdom of Meru. Since he had shouldered the burden, he had to take responsibility until the end. This was a man's promise. The 4 of them quickly left. This was clearly not the place to talk. Moreover, Lin Feng did not like to be so high profile. However, no one noticed that in the Vermilion Bird Pavilion, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man was watching them, including Lin Feng and even King Yin. It was a man with a face full of stubble. He looked a little old and dispirited. The wine cup in his hand was empty. No one knew if he had drunk it or if he had never filled it to the brim. On his back was a giant spear scabbard. Its simple color made it look extremely heavy. In fact, If it were not for this giant scabbard, this middle-aged man would not have attracted anyone's attention. The feeling he gave off was too ordinary. "Sir, do you want wine or not?" The waiter turned around and asked. He was surprised. "It was here just now? Where did it go?" The waiter was confused. However, when he saw a bright star crystal on the table, he was stunned. Chapter 1231. There were 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women. They looked for a small, secluded restaurant and started chatting and laughing. Their age difference was not big, so they had many common topics to talk about. They were especially curious about Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng didn't hide too much and told them about some of his experiences in the ancient southern region. The eyes of the 3 people lit up as they listened. At this age, they were still ignorant and longing for the outside world, especially the wilderness. The sorcerer territory where the sorcerer tribe was, and the 7 ancient regions where the ancient tribes were. To Lin Feng, there was no such thing as curiosity. However, he would go to the sorcerer territory sooner or later. According to Baiming Yang's divination, Zi Yao was in the sorcerer territory. Although he did not know how accurate his divination was, it was at least a hope and an opportunity. Unless he died, he would find Zi Yao no matter how much time and effort he had to spend. After all, she was his wife. "Brother Lin, why don't we go to the sorcerer territory together?" Jin Ji's eyes lit up. Yes. I want to see if those sorcerer tribe monsters are like what father said." Shi Xin was unusually excited. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. Qian Lian Huang said softly, "You are too weak. You will only be a burden if you go." Her voice was not loud, but it was like hitting a snake where it hurt. It caused Jin Ji and Shi Xin's enthusiasm to drop, and they looked disappointed. "That's not the case." Lin Feng quickly explained, "It's just that I am not going to the sorcerer territory for fun. I have something important to do." Looking at the curious expressions of the 3, Lin Feng had no choice but to confess. "To be honest, I am going to look for my wife. According to Baiming Yang's divination, she is in the sorcerer territory." "Fraud?" Shi Xin exclaimed. Qian Lian Huang and Jin Ji nodded in realization. "So, I am not afraid that you will be a burden. I am afraid that if I encounter any danger, I will implicate you," Lin Feng said softly. "Lindigo, I am not afraid of danger." Shi Xin was excited again. "That's right. We have nothing to do anyway." Jin Ji raised his eyebrows and became lively. Seeing their expressions, Lin Feng felt helpless. Right now, it seemed like he had no choice but to agree. But once he did, he would have to take responsibility. "Promise them." Thousand Love Empress looked at Lin Feng and said, "Look at the 2 of them. If you don't agree with them, they will probably go to the wildlands together in a few days." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He knew that Thousand Love Empress was right. These 2 were really capable of doing such a thing. If something really happened, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. After all, he was the one who started the topic. "All right, I promise you." Lin Feng had no choice but to nod. "Yeah, good." Shi Xin and Jin Ji bumped their palms together. Suddenly, they looked at each other and realized something was wrong. They both turned their faces away and snorted. Lin Feng and Qian Lian Huang couldn't help but smile. In fact, their personalities were very similar, as if they hadn't grown up yet. When Thousand Love Empress looked at Lin Feng, "I'm not sure yet." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and said softly, "When I become the lord of the southern region, I'm afraid I will be busy." At least half a year later. Shi Xin and Jin Ji were disappointed. "That's so long, not long." Thousand Love Empress's eyes lit up. "You can use this time to improve your strength, especially your life-saving ability." With a serious expression, Thousand Love Empress said seriously, "Entering the sorcerer realm is not a joke. It's not a human territory. The Saint realm is just stepping into the realm of experts." Lin Feng nodded. Thousand Love Empress's experience didn't match her age. She was much more mature than Shi Xin and Jin Ji. Whether it was the ancient race or the sorcerer race, the Saint Realm was just the beginning. Oh, the two of them were quite convinced by Thousand Love Empress and nodded. I won't be a burden. I'll definitely be stronger than that guy. Sure, Jixin glanced at Jin Ji and snorted. What did you say? Jin Ji glared at her. Let's compete if you have the ability. Let's compete. I'm not afraid of you. Looking at the two of them who were like quarreling lovers, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. The two of them were very similar to him and Yuma. They were betrothed when they were young, but their luck was better than his and Yuma's. However, the two of them didn't like each other and seemed to dislike this marriage. There was still a way to go. While he was pondering, suddenly, Lin Feng's eyebrows jumped and his chest sank. He turned his head abruptly. At the entrance of the restaurant, a middle-aged man about 9 meters tall lifted the curtain and walked in. His eyes were dim and his face was covered in stubble. He looked so decadent and ordinary, but the huge and simple scabbard on his back gave him a heavy feeling. Very heavy. It was as if he was carrying it on his back. This feeling was definitely not wrong. This middle-aged man was definitely not an ordinary warrior. Even if he couldn't feel any aura from him, he was sure that his strength was hard to estimate. He was at least at the level of the human demon Holy Master. Who was he? Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly and then disappeared. What's wrong? Thousand Love Empress looked at Lin Feng and then glanced at the middle-aged man. Although she was surprised, she didn't discover anything. No matter how strong her perception was, her strength was still inferior to Lin Feng's. I'm fine. Lin Feng smiled and turned his head. However, he was still paying attention to the middle-aged man. He completely ignored the four of them and sat alone by the window. His dim eyes looked out the window, and his expression seemed to be filled with endless sorrow and sadness. He picked up the wine cup, but didn't pour a single drop. What a strange person. Even so, Lin Feng didn't let down his guard. On one hand, he was talking and laughing with the three of them. On the other hand, he was wary of the middle-aged man and kept his eyes on him. However, he was like a living fossil. He just held the wine cup in his hand and looked out the window without moving. It was as if he was just there to enjoy the scenery. It was getting stranger. Lin Feng was paying attention, but didn't say anything. After a full 4 hours, everyone was chatting enthusiastically. Coupled with their similar strength, they had many common topics to talk about. Although Shi Jixin and Jin Ji still argued from time to time, it didn't affect the happy atmosphere. Thousand Love Empress looked like an iceberg, but it was just her appearance. After getting to know each other, she was actually quite a good person. No matter who it was, they were all favored by the heavens. It wasn't easy to make friends with them. At this moment, a faint friendship had been quietly formed. To Lin Feng, having a few more friends wasn't a bad thing. It's about time. Lin Feng smiled and raised the wine pot. There wasn't a single drop left. Everyone was chatting happily. Lin Feng stretched out his left hand and pointed at the compass. Come, let's exchange contact information. In half a year, we'll set a time to enter the sorcerer realm together. Everyone agreed. Very quickly, they left the contact information of the other three on the compass. Then we'll see you in half a year, Brother Lin. See you then, Big Brother Lin. Jin Ji and Shi Jixin quarreled as they left, but they couldn't become enemies without enmity. Thousand Love Empress looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes and glanced at the middle-aged man not far away. She said softly, "Do you need help?" Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine." Thousand Love Empress nodded lightly. Then, "I'll take my leave." "All right." Lin Feng smiled. "See you then." Watching the three of them leave, the smile on Lin Feng's face slowly disappeared and his eyes sparkled. At this moment, there was no one else in the restaurant except for him and the middle-aged man. The atmosphere was quiet and unique. "Are you waiting for me?" Lin Feng walked in front of the middle-aged man, his eyes shining. Since it was unclear, he might as well get straight to the point. There was no reply. The middle-aged man was still expressionless. "Senior?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the middle-aged man had already stood up. The heavy scabbard on his back made a dong-long sound and went straight to the bottom of his heart. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. At such a close distance, he could feel the heaviness in his heart. The middle-aged man in front of him was extremely tall. It was a kind of aura, a kind of power that came from the heart. He was really strong. "Follow me." The middle-aged man didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and disappeared. Lin Feng trembled slightly and frowned slightly. Where to? What did he mean? Pursing his lips, Lin Feng didn't hesitate for too long. His eyes flickered as he followed. If the middle-aged man had any ill intentions towards him, he would have already made a move. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, he didn't do so. It seemed that he didn't seem to be an enemy. Let's go and see. Lin Feng was also skilled and daring. He wasn't afraid. The speed was very fast. It should be quite fast. He used all his strength to barely keep up. This isn't his full speed. Lin Feng looked ahead. The middle-aged man was calm and composed. His aura didn't change at all. It was exactly the same as before. He was still completely hidden. What was more terrifying was that the middle-aged man seemed to know the limit of his speed and maintained it at this point. His strength was unfathomable. Is he a human? Or is he an ancient race expert? Or is he a demon in human form? Lin Feng was extremely curious. The middle-aged man in front of him gave him a mysterious feeling. He didn't know his origin at all. There was only one thing that he was sure of. He was very strong. At the very least, he was an expert at the same level as his grandfather, Feng Chao. Or he was even more terrifying. But why is he looking for me? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He was very curious. He had never met this middle-aged man before. However, the middle-aged man seemed to know him. His every move was so casual. While he was puzzled, the middle-aged man's speed had already decreased. Lin Feng let out a soft "oh" and looked around. He had already arrived at the wilderness outside the human territory. This place was barren and desolate. There were no signs of life. There was only a highland made of rocks. Thud! The middle-aged man landed with his back facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng also landed. His eyes were sparkling. In an instant, boom! A pang-ran force suddenly exploded. The middle-aged man had already turned around. His shining eyes carried an extreme sense of suffocation. They were as tall as the sky. Lin Feng's expression changed. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.